Hello, everybody, and welcome to EGF Week 16 for some Overwatch action between DePaul University and Fairfield University. My name is Keelan Miles, casting today with Vincent, and today we have what looks like it should be a good match for us today.
Yeah, we have what I will only say, in general, right? DePaul, they're in a position where this is kind of a must-win game for their playoff hopes. Fairfield kind of already out of that conversation, but they've got some awesome players that are coming in, some seniors that are graduating as well, by the way, that we want to say our goodbyes to and want to end off on a high note. It's going to be a good time, and I have no doubt. I think DePaul certainly coming into this as the favorites, but you know what we say, Miles. Favorites, that's just for paper. The game, that's a little bit different, ain't it?
Especially since last week, William and Mary 3-0'd DePaul University when, on paper, that should have been an easy win for DePaul. So that was either demoralizing or a wake-up call for them, and we'll have to see as they play Fairfield today.
Yeah, and like I said, a loss for DePaul here would mean that there's ways in which they could not make playoffs. I will say that those are going to be difficult. It kind of depends on other people and how they play, but you don't want to leave it up to chance. You don't want to be allowing another team to define your playoff hopes. DePaul looking to put it away today is absolutely what I'm looking to see. They're 8-7, by the way, on the season. They want to keep that positive win record, and they have actually had a really great spring semester. Really, only two big losses to William and Mary, and then they lost to I think it was UT Arlington or RIT. Either way, 1 or 2 seed, it doesn't really matter. Those two have been absolutely killing it up at the top of the leaderboards, and it's not at all surprising to see them take a loss there. So I'm definitely on the lookout for some interesting plays as we head into map number one. That's going to be Oasis, Miles, and I am
Bit convincing, so they're
Mhm.
not completely out of this conversation just yet. It's up to them to prove us wrong right now, but they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And like we were talking about, whenever you look at the win loss, you look at where realistically teams are at in the overall standings. That all kind of goes out the window once the game starts and you get right into things. And look at the compositions we're taking a peek at the moment. It's double bubble for both sides. Though I will say there is a significant difference here as Prime is looking to get a little bit of a forward position with this teleport. I don't know if they're going to swap off. Yeah, I would imagine and gonna go right out to the Echo. So pretty much a mirror composition, except for the support line. That's the key difference here, Miles. The Ana and the Zenyatta here for DePaul going up against the Mercy Batiste.
Yeah, the Mercy Baptiste, a little more versatility, but ooh, the damage that DePaul's support line brings, this is really going to matter if Zeph goes down early. And yet, even without that extra damage, Fairfield University is still able to push onto the high ground a little bit, and it's picking down Chronos as they get a little too aggressive. Echo, such a powerful tank buster right there, as it's going to be Fairfield University getting early point presence here on Oasis.
And well done, right? You get an opening pick like Kill did. That's certainly a way to bust open a point and doing just that. So well done all the way around there for Fairfield. And now they have the point. And so this is where this composition is very strong, right? You have this point and you can essentially just take the high ground position. To be fair, they're not really doing that right now. And then stage your dives from there and make it very difficult to dislodge if you are DePaul.
Yeah, the one sort of vulnerable member is Masks, who is going to be on the ground, but brawling it out in the front run with Walk. They're not going to care too much until Aneth gets caught out behind the retreat. Now, DePaul University has a foothold, and they're leveraging it to great effect, especially as Icarus 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a flawless bit of Hanzo play right there. So many headshots, especially as you can see from the assists, following up on the discorded targets that Zeph is setting them up for.
I mean, you know, we saw Gil open things up that last fight, but jeez, Icarus showing him how it's done. Makes a very nice couple of headshots and follows it up with a nice arrows to come through once more. So now if we look at the ultimates though, it's pretty solid for DePaul considering they didn't really have to utilize anything to win that fight. It was really off the back of Icarus.
Yeah, Icarus now, they got their team into this situation. Now, if they can build up a dragon right here, they might be able to get them out of it pretty handedly too. Though maybe there might be 2 grabs as Prime has already gone in with the duplicate right now. And on top of the chaos created by the Primal Rage and Mass dying early, there's not a lot Fairfield can do. That grab, it's just going to be more easy ult charge for their team, and Prime, it doesn't matter that they threw it out because, well, they're going to lose it anyways.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, this is such a good ultimate usage, right? You only use the duplicate, you only use the Primal Rage, and you still have Tangerine, who has the Graviton Surge. You could use Icarus's Dragon Strike in order to combo up with that. The Grab Dragon combo, obviously very effective, so there's so many options here. And even though Masks is coming up on a Graviton Surge of their own, it's just a matter of time, and you got to engage quickly here if you're DePaul.
And it's a quick engagement indeed as Anith and walks straight to the high ground with Anith falling down with the grab now, but the Grab Dragon goes out on the low ground right as 75% comes out. That's 3 kills for DePaul. And it's more or less cleanup mode for them now. They do lose Icarus late in that fight, but 80% in building, that's not going to hurt too bad.
No, and this is pretty much desperation plays at this point for Fairfield. The good news for them is that they have a couple of win conditions, actually. Both support ultimates coming online, and they're going to have that Grab Dragon combination. So it's really going to be all up to DePaul and Zeph with this defensive ultimate on the Zenyatta to pull off a miracle.
Yeah, Zeph going to be trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Can't get picked out early, and now with Gil going down, they're not going to get a chance to use that Grab Dragon, Vincent. It is all on these supports right here, but they're not supporting well enough as Zeph has popped that Transcendence, and DePaul is looking unkillable. Immortal right now. Not going to be falling down to the ocean now as they are just taking out Fairfield one by one. There's really no hope left. The Grab Dragon is coming back from spawn, but they're not going to get a chance to let it loose as that'll be DePaul going up 1-0 on Oasis.
You gotta engage aggressively. That's the name of the game of Overwatch. And, well, in that one, we saw Fairfield simply didn't make a clear, concise decision, and DePaul just took advantage of that fact. So from then on, it was really a matter of time. And, of course, you know, a big player like Masks, like Gil going down, you know, 1/2 of that win condition, it's pretty devastating no matter how you look at it. And at the moment, I will say that I think the DePaul side of things, it's really not been anything except for their decisiveness. They've really just come out and used their ultimates quickly and efficiently, and that's been the difference maker for them as they swap over to this more Ryan Zarya brawl composition with the Mei, and it is a mirror of that Mei. But Prime is on the Reaper, whilst Gil has elected to stay on the Hanzo.
But Zeph is the key player in the early fight, going Lucio to give DePaul University early point control, but
what?
Okay, just give it up. Kronos takes walk off the side of the map, but that was the opening, the unexpected play that DePaul needed to capitalize on right there. With no shield in the way, DePaul is happy to capitalize. And, well, Fairfield University, they're going to have to take another shot at this point.
I have to apologize, Miles. I didn't warn you that Kronos is just outrageously aggressive. But like even that is a step up for Kronos. You know what I mean? Like it's normal aggression, but then there's that. And oh no, Prime.
Oh.
Prime can just get away with this?
Normal aggression, and then there's that. As Kronos jumps right into the fray to save Prime's life, but now Kronos' neck is on the line. Luckily, the rest of their team is collapsing down onto them, and now with that anti-nade, they have a serious chance to turn this around, but now both of the people going for the rescue are down. Kronos and Prime gone, and so far away from the point, DePaul is crumbling, leaving only a measly backline to defend.
That being said, they're still gaining time here, so it's not the worst case scenario. Especially as even more stall happens here. Wait, no way they get back in here. Dude, DePaul.
they already forced Adrix's Valkyrie too just to secure this fight, so DePaul might as well count this as a win. As Fairfield right now, they got the capitalization off of that aggressive play from Kronos and Prime, but it took them 50% to get it.
I mean, I'm counting it as a win, Miles. That's for sure. I mean, that was just incredible stuff from DePaul, really just making it so difficult for the entirety of Fairfield to get into position to push forward. Now, you do have some ults coming online here, but it's still going to be difficult against this Mei.
Ooh, but Walk able to avoid that, and now using the Shatter to protect their team from the Grab Dragon as Gil gets 2 headshots off of Walk's Shatter right there. That'll be enough to probably secure this fight. Even though Kronos is jumping in, Walk just has so many more resources. Prime probably going for the switch off right there because, well, even that, I don't think that's clutchable.
Yeah, DePaul, a heavy investment here, and a nice stagger as well by Anis. So, Prime has swapped off, you know, a good call by you, but I think that the investment from Kronos and Tangerine is certainly going to come back to bite them. It's 52% already, and we were talking about the ultimates. They've held on to them, have Fairfield. They've pretty much got all the tools that they need for a couple of fight victories.
But that surprise charge right there means that the Grab Dragon is still going to hit. You can see Kronos went for the cancellation, but Mask, they were a little too clever for that. Hitting Q right before the ultimate was canceled, and that means the Grab Dragon was set up.
Yeah, and that time Kronos getting punished pretty heavily for the aggression, right? You know, sometimes it works out wonders when you're aggressive and it catches your opponent off guard. That time they were ready and waiting for it, and it has this barrage as well. As soon as you walk in, you're going to be met with a whole lot of rockets.
Ooh. And now Adrix using that early Valkyrie to save their team from the blizzard, but a lot of pressure being put onto Walk right now, but their supports able to keep them in it for now as there's the charge. They're sacrificing that sound barriers. Fairfield University, someone needs to get on the point.
No.
DePaul didn't touch at all, but they were already losing that fight. Fairfield was ahead the entire time as they tie up Oasis 1-1.
I mean, that's just a bit of a mistake, you have to say. That being said, great job from Fairfield to, number one, take advantage of some over-aggression that DePaul threw their way. And on top of that, I will say that the ultimate usage was on point for Fairfield. They did not waste any ultimates. They got big value out of Mask's Graviton Surge, out of Walk's Earth Shatter. I mean, even Anis, who I think held on to that barrage far too long, you know, the threat of it was enough to really make DePaul play scared, and I think that's part of the reason that DePaul never touched the point. So now we have to swap over onto a bit of a different composition here for DePaul, as the swap up of the point is very good for dive, but back up to the Ryan Zarya here for Fairfield. An interesting compositional choice on this map in particular.
And you can see they're actually rotating around the back to the bounce pad, taking the high ground despite their composition's lack of mobility, and forcing DePaul University to play a pick war that they really don't want to fight right now. DePaul not really going to have the advantage right now. It's up to Icarus to maybe find a surprise pick that the dive can capitalize on, but it's going to be early point control for DePaul as Fairfield is forced to give up the high ground to contest. But Zeph is going to be able to take out Anithis as soon as they try to contest them, as DePaul University winning out in that long fight.
Yeah, and you know, you said it yourself, Miles. It was a fight that Fairfield didn't want any part of. They were like, no, we don't want this, but they were forced into it, because if you don't contest the point, then you're just giving over free charge and percentage. You can't be doing that. You know that's not the right decision, and for that, they get punished fairly heavily for it. That being said, Walk doesn't have nearly an Earth Shatter, but who do you shatter? Like, who's shatterable here? There's just nobody, like the backline maybe, but that's it. It's so difficult to really find big value off the back of that, and I think this Reinhardt is going to struggle a little bit. That being said, Guild certainly ain't struggling with that opening pick.
Yeah, the defensive shatter would be good right now as Kronos is all electrified, nano boosted, and taking out these discorded targets one by one. I'm not sure Fairfield University even wants to contest for ultimate charge right now as they're trying to retreat back and spawn.
not quite sure why Masks was in that position. Very far forward. I don't know if they were trying to bail out a teammate or something along those lines. I would imagine that would be the case. But look at both of the supports here for Fairfield. Remember, both of these players, by the way, seniors graduating, and they're going to be both coming up onto their ultimates. This is maybe the fight turner. This is where you could see something change.
Yep. And now, this could be a different kind of fight turner as Prime, duplicating the Zarya, puts the Grab Dragon on the table, and we've seen DePaul do good work with that in the past, but not going to wait for it. Instead, just using all their ultimates right now, looking to get Fairfield into last fight territory is Walk not going to hit him with that shatter even into the grab.
Well, that's a little bit brutal. You hate to see that. They do get a flip, so like that's nice a little bit, but it simply is a matter of time. And with that said, 83% now on the point as the flip is going to go back the other way. DePaul, they're looking solid in what realistically is going to be last fight territory. Obscure having another nano boost and could throw that onto Chronos. We saw how effective that was, particularly teamed up with Zeph's Discord orbs, and we could see maybe what it would do and have a big effect as now Walk comes in.
On the Sigma right here, all or nothing, but all that pressure on a Tangerine is rendered useless as a nano boost drops down onto them. Now they are a killing machine, rolling in like a wrecking ball and canceling out that resurrect from Adric. Not going to bring their team back into the fight as 4 are already down on the side of Fairfield, and the Transcendence is just the nail on the coffin. As DePaul University, they go up 1-0 over Fairfield.
1-0 indeed, but DePaul, I mean, what a great showing there in map number 1, but I will give some credit over to Fairfield. I think that they had a lot of good ideas. That Ryan Zarya composition that they played here on the University, absolutely wonderful. I love that their utility usage, their ultimate usage, everything looking so very strong, but overall, DePaul much better when it came to the dive composition, right? So that really is where I think it's going to come down to, particularly as we move on to map number 2, because Miles, that's Numbani, and we know what is good there, don't we?
Yep, you're going to be hopping all up and down on that high ground. I'm expecting to see maybe even a classic dive, the Winston Diva coming out, but Echo, it's too powerful to put in instead of as good as Genji feels, and even playing that Ana, you can't sacrifice that Echo. She's too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they said they were gonna be nerfing the Echo. They've said they have nerfed the Echo multiple times, and to be fair, they have. But still, outrageously strong, that character, no matter what they do. But still, a great job from Fairfield to be very much in map number 1. Remember, we talked about in the pregame, Miles, how DePaul are very much favored overall in this matchup, and I think a good measuring stick for Fairfield is to, number 1, be in all these maps, and number 2, to maybe pick up a map or 2 here. That really is what I'm looking for, because at the moment, unless Fairfield have been doing some serious practicing, which they could have been doing, I think DePaul ultimately will come out victorious. That being said, I think I loved what Fairfield brought to the table there in map number 1, and the bigger issue is the amazing dive that DePaul University put on display for us.
Yeah, I think one of the main issues has been DePaul's amazing defensive positioning. Like you saw on, I think it was University, DePaul, they knew the Grav Dragon was coming and they didn't really have a ton to stop it. So what they positioned all spread out, forcing the Zarya to make a very uncomfortable position, because when you have that 1 win condition, you don't just want to throw out the Grav onto 2 people. You want to get the big 6. But that kind of defensive positioning spread out is exactly what gave DePaul the edge. Like you said, it wasn't Fairfield being aggressive, it was DePaul. And that was because Fairfield didn't really have anywhere condensed to be aggressive onto.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, and it's really hard, right? If you're playing a dive composition, when you get that first point on control and you're playing dive, it's such a strong spot to be in. Defensively, you're able to not only have that high ground, but stage your dives so cleanly, and I think that becomes even more true on a map like Numbani, which we go to next, where on the defense, you own the high ground, especially if you're playing a dive composition. So those positives, right, are only going to be multiplied defensively at the very least for DePaul, especially as they simply can gain the high ground for free. They don't even have to fight that initial poke, that initial engagement in order to get that advantage. So many things on display there in map number 1. I think for me, my big takeaway though is DePaul's dive, and I need to see how Fairfield are going to maybe try and deal with it here on their attack, as that is where they get to start things out here. Fairfield attack on New Bunny, whilst DePaul get to defend first.
Now, Fairfield is looking to possibly stick with a Ryan Zarya composition, which we said is going to be tough to play into the divey style DePaul was bringing to the table. Do you see any way for this brawl to work out?
Oh man, listen. There's 10 seconds left, so the Bastion might swap, I would imagine. But well, okay, maybe not actually. Now that Mask is on the Symmetra, this is looking legitimate. I mean, look, I can say this looks like a coherent composition, Miles, that at least makes sense in the context of the rest of the hero picks. But beyond that, I think this is going to be a hard task to really come to fruition for the Fairfield side.
Going to probably crossing into the opposing high ground right there. Kind of tempting fate as that Mask. Where'd they go? They just vanished. Gone like the wind right now, as the rest of Fairfield is close to follow. It was a nice plan, but I would have loved to maybe see them teleport into the inside room where DePaul didn't really have a good way to dive into. Maybe then they could have gotten a foothold, but instead, just counting that on the fact that DePaul wouldn't notice the teleporter, that's a little too much to ask for at this level.
Yeah, a little bit. I think you put it well, Miles. A little too much to ask for is absolutely right. And I think I would have also loved to see, right, like them continue up those stairs and go around to the high ground. Then you could put your teleport on the opposing high ground and do the old swap back and forth strategy. That could have been fun, but no more of this Bastion shenanigans. We are going to see the Kree and the Junkrat come out with a weird dive.
Yeah, a modified double bubble is what I'd say. But regardless of how they've modified it, they still managed to get Prime out of mech just in time to get out the front. But, ooh, that's a massive anti-nade, and Chronos, they smell blood in the water. They're going after Ennis, but they can't quite find them. No, they're finally able to create enough space for their team, and I say they can't quite find them. Bye, Ennis. That will be Chronos finally getting the kill on that Mercy, is not even a tick on the board for Fairfield.
Yeah, and I will say that I want to kind of caveat things here by saying that, last game of the season, Fairfield, like I said, already out of things, and they've swapped up a lot of their players to different roles. So I'd imagine they're just trying to have a good time, and that's fair enough. You love to see it.
But as always, a good time does involve not getting full health, so they are trying their best. Let's not say anything about sandbagging right now. Fairfield definitely trying to get a foot in the door, and they have gotten some good engages, but they're never able to keep the pressure up long enough to defeat DePaul. And with just under 2 minutes left and almost 6 ultimates on the board for DePaul, I'm not sure they're going to get a chance.
Yeah, it's really going to be tough, especially as, I mean, yes, to be fair, Fairfield has a fair number of ultimates coming online on their own, but those are going to be difficult to get value out of. The Dead Eye, the Rip Tire, those sorts of things, not ideal in this scenario.
Yeah. If you're able to just get one kill with each of them, though, and not lose your Mercy that early in the fight, I do see potential here, but these have been some very isolated engagements right now, and the Tire is optimistic at best. Adric, able to get one, finding Obscure going into this last fight, but it's a very staggered engage. It's great aspects only just getting onto the point right now, as realistically only one fight left for Fairfield.
Yeah, I mean, you can take Great Aspect's name as really the law here. There was great aspects to the ideas being put forth by Fairfield, but unfortunately they were not really pulled all the way to fruition. And from here, I think 30 seconds left. This is final fight, and you're gonna have to find something, maybe with the self-destruct. I don't know. It's just gonna be difficult.
hmm And now it's a full pick-based composition right now for Fairfield. They're engaging with the Valkyrie, and they have the sound barrier in their back pocket, but they're going up against the whole military arsenal right now. But an early pick on EPOM could be the opening they need. Fairfield University, we need to see the aggression now, especially as the ultimates are being used in the emergency situation. Now, DePaul, off of those ultimates, is able to tie up this fight, but it's still winnable for Fairfield if they keep it together. But the focus fire on the Gil is too much for them to keep their mech, especially as Annis goes down. Not going to be around to heal anymore as the support ultimates, they're burned away from Fairfield. They got almost 2 ticks on the board, but no more from them as the respawns come in from DePaul as they get an almost full hold, a scuffed full hold over Fairfield University.
I mean, it's just not the fullest of holds. It's a somewhat full hold.
A glass half empty hold, you might say.
Sure, yeah, I like that. We'll go with that one. Nonetheless, some Mick right clicking there as well to get in, for EPOM. You love to see that, right? Classic Mick right clicks coming through. And, well, beyond that, I think little to really analyze there. The compositional choice a little bit not ideal, and obviously the staggered push in there at the beginning was not ideal either. So either way, like I said, I think Fairfield just going out on a bang here. At least that's what it looks like to me. Like I was talking about, though, we have Adric and Great Aspects. Both were playing on support there in the opening matchup. And now Adric on the DPS and Great Aspects on the tank. Both of those seniors looking to just have a good time here in what is week 16.
And, well, it looks like DePaul might be looking to have just as good a time, pretty much matching them in the style of play. The double off tank might be a little bit better, but Fairfield, like you said, they're just looking to have a blast. And I do think this all-in composition right now has a lot of damage, maybe not of utility, but Fairfield can be a force to be reckoned with if you don't treat it with enough respect.
That's right. You gotta put some respect on the name. I understand that. And it looks as if DePaul understand that too. They are keeping things very serious, despite the Mimi composition there in spawn. They are playing this double bubble to the end, at the very least to the end of this map, it would appear.
Yeah, and going up, taking the high ground early. They see a Roadhog and Reinhardt out there, and they know exactly what they're dealing with. Actually, Chrono's going around the back to provide some distraction play, let DePaul get out the door, and now they have all the room in the world to focus down Gil. One down on Fairfield, but Prime, a little too isolated from their team, is going to fall to the turret. With the spawn as close as it is, Fairfield have a chance to get back in there, but these are some snowballed eliminations, Vincent. A 1-2, and there's just a Soldier 76 left, and well, Mass not going to get an opportunity to save this point, as it's going to be DePaul University getting the capture on point A at Nubani, and going up 2-0 over Fairfield.
I will say that I appreciate Gil's golden hog right there. You love to see that. As a fellow golden hog owner, I appreciate it. That's all I can say. But yeah, DePaul simply looking very strong here. Again, we were expecting the strength, but that one a little bit less of a one-sided matchup because of the play difference, but more of a just a compositional choice that is going for the good time as opposed to maybe the most ideal, right? And hey, look, if you're having fun, I'm having fun. That's all I can say, Miles. And well, this has been a good time thus far, but DePaul, they're certainly loving this 2-0 to start us out.
And we talked about before, this seriousness we're seeing from DePaul, it's really a sign of respect, because they need this win in order to guarantee their playoff spot, but they also, on paper, don't really need to care about Fairfield, but they do. They are definitely giving Fairfield all the respect in the world. They're bringing their A game to take down Fairfield, and it's showing with a 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the case, and I mean I talked about it right in the pregame, Miles. I was talking about how, like, listen, DePaul, they need this. This is a playoff game for them. If they lose this game, they are certainly looking to be. There's a possibility that they go out of playoff contention, and for that reason, DePaul, they are like, listen, we are absolutely going to be taking this supremely seriously. And again, a sign of respect, I would agree. And with all of that said, I think that we are in a position, right, where Fairfield map 3 going into Volskaya. Um, we probably going to see a bit of an interesting comp once again, and I'm kind of excited to see what they pull out, just because it's a good time.
Well, I think Double Bubble is good on Volskaya, probably better than the Brawl we've been seeing from Fairfield. I do not think Brawl is unplayable. So if we see Fairfield get some work done anywhere, I think Volskaya, their last chance is gonna be it.
Yeah, I mean you're right, especially as Gibraltar would be a fourth map. And well, if you thought Numbani was dive heavy, well, let me introduce you to Gibraltar, the older brother that is more divey and even more. I mean, it's like Numbani times 5,000, right? So yeah, this is definitely the position where if we were to see that more serious brawly competition that Fairfield wanted to run over on Oasis, this is certainly a place where it can make a lot of difference.
Yep, and one thing I am looking forward to is sometimes we've been seeing a lot of snipers on Volskaya as of late. So I would very much like to see the return of those Hanzos because the Icarus duel with I believe it was Gil who was running the
Yeah.
Hanzo, not gonna be running it this time, was very fun to see, but it's gonna be Walk taking up the reins this time.
Gil, the classic, going from the Hanzo to the Ana. That's the normal evolution, I think. I mean, to be fair, I say that as a player myself who plays both Hanzo and Ana, but whatever. Like, I'm bad. Gil is not. That's the difference. like, yeah, I mean, it definitely did play both of those characters on a team, but again, not the point. Don't yell at me, chat. I'm sorry. That being said, we are seeing that more. Well, this very brawly composition, right? That's exactly what they're looking to run here. And while it's not on the same character, or rather the same players that we were seeing before, it's pretty much the same composition.
We are seeing a Symmetra, though, along with a Mei, an opportunity to go around the back, shielded by the wall, but instead they have to deal with Prime up above, but they'll just leave Prime in the dust as they just teleport straight to point. Now Prime is still harassing the backline, but Fairfield University got right on top of DePaul much faster than anyone would have reasonably expected. So DePaul are kind of on the attack right now, trying to get in there, as Tangerine just leaps right over Adric's head to attack the backline, leaving Adric wide open to Echo Loco's anti-nade. That Biotic Grenade is going to give DePaul University the edge they need as such an early pulse bomb committed, maybe not needed, but definitely providing the pressure they need for DePaul to evict Fairfield.
Yeah, and Prime sitting on fire, unsurprisingly, absolutely incredible. Just pretty much being a menace in the back line, and well, continuing to be a menace there in the front line this time. We did see some adjustments. Walk going onto the Hanzo and immediately just dislodges Icarus. That's always the BM when you get hit with the sonar arrow. It's like they didn't even need to see you through the wall to kill you.
And then your corpse is just a bad thing for the rest of your team. But right now, speaking of a bad thing, this Coalescence is making sure DePaul can't really move because then they're in the firing line of Walk, but Prime is able to eliminate that long-range threat. Now Great Aspects is the only one they gotta worry about as the Dragons do come from spawn and find masks. And Icarus, coming back, is able to get the sonar kill that we talked so much about on a Great Aspects in the recontest as Fairfield almost had the point 70% there. Now, that's gotta hurt.
That's painful, no doubt about it. And on top of that, look at the ultimates, right? DePaul, they've got quite a few of those coming up online. Granted, you don't have the win condition, right? That Grab Dragon no longer available, but you do have the defensive ultimate of Chronos to contend with. But how that's big from Great Aspects.
Yeah, Great Aspects getting the flank completely unexpected, and now without Prime harassing them, they have more breathing room. Fairfield University rotating around the left side of this little hut as they have a Raging Monkey to contend with, buying time for Prime to get back from spawn with that Pulse Bomb. But Chrono's going off the edge. That is going to be brutal right now as Adric has been the shield of their team right now, bringing them very strongly into this fight. Prime coming back from spawn, but there is a Sombra to hack them if they try and contest for too long. Great Aspects being a great counter to Prime, as it's going to be Fairfield going on to point B.
I think Adric actually canceled Chronos' sound barrier. I didn't realize at the time, but I think so. Because I don't think Chronos actually like got it off.
Oh, and there's a Brap Dragon right away, catching 3. And woo, even though Walk doesn't die to the Dragon, they bulk back up right into a Pulse Bomb right now. But this is looking very winnable for Fairfield, even with that Hanzo in the back. But Prime keeps chipping away. 1 tick on the board so far right now, and the recontest starting to come in from DePaul.
Yeah, I attempted a recontest, but they are back, and now as they get a couple of players and a couple of picks, this is looking very doable despite their lack of ultimates.
Honestly, though, Fairfield, you got to be happy with that. Getting a little bit of percentage on the board with only the Grav Dragon. You're going to have the Grav Dragon again at least probably 2 times in the rest of this map.
Yeah, I mean, you got plenty of time to work with. 3 minutes, 18 seconds, right? And with that as well, the fact that Zev, swapped from onto the ball and now is back onto what? Chronos got the kill? How did Chronos get that kill? He just got the right click, got the sound boost, but what? Prime and Chronos are they're just having a good time here at the backline, Miles. What can you say? You love to see it.
Yeah, when you're up to it like this and you have a DPS like Prime, ooh, that is going to be Zeph hacked so early, barely escaping with their life right there, as it will be the push right here from Fairfield with Echo Loco going down already. That's a massive EMP. DePaul University, they got to be playing careful, but they're all dead right now, as a big opportunity right now. They only need 2 ticks. I don't know if the respawns are going to come in fast enough. It's only Echo Loco, and with the fade, they might be able to get touch point, but they're not going to be able to, and with 2 minutes, 23 seconds, Fairfield University showing a completely different face than what we saw in Nimbani.
Yeah, and I mean, that is just kind of what happens when you pull out the Sombra and you eventually get to the point where there's no ultimates to contend with on the opponent side, and because they've all swapped off to stall characters and then come back onto their normal characters, then you just have the EMP. The EMP wins all, and it certainly wins a fight where it's otherwise pretty much a dry fight, where there's really nobody investing ultimates. So, yeah.
And Adric coming in there with the Shatter was actually so clutch, because the one person who might have been able to save the team from the brunt of the damage was Echo Loco on the Moira. Still having a lot of that healing resource, but they got shattered. Didn't even get a chance to heal anyone, and Chronos definitely didn't have enough juice in him.
Yeah, and I mean, as well, that fact that we saw on point number 1, Chronos just no sound barrier. See you later, dude. As well, like, it's just so frustrating. You hate to see it. And, well, maybe it's other things you hate to see if you are DePaul is his Bastion strategy with the Symmetra. Maybe it will be much more effective than the last time. I think it certainly can be, considering the fact that it's on the defense here. You just you teleport around and it can be very strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Vincent, this is actually my favorite variation of a Bastion comp. Teleporting between the 2 points. Okay, we got a Symmetra on the other side too. They're kind of looking for any sort of surprise, people hiding up on the top, but they got a different kind of surprise waiting for them that they know exactly what it is. As Icarus fires that sonar arrow out, scouts out that Walk is going to be up there, and they're just going right through the inside. I would go for that teleport sooner than later. Yep, they're escaping to the other side of the point, as it will be Walk. Pressuring down. Ooh. That is Prime going for a very optimistic flank on the Chronos?
What? Why? Why is Chronos there? But he gets a kill! How did he get a kill?
Right on that corner is Prime time opportunity right there for the boops. One after another. Chronos gets some. Probably going to be play right there, as that is going to be it for that forward hold. I did not see that one coming, but if you know the map geometry, that corner is a dangerous place to stand, and Chronos definitely knew it. Going for that cheeky face check up on the top that led to Gil going off the side.
Oh man, Gil is balding right now. It's like, dude, I was there. Stop it, please. But yeah, I mean, that's beautiful stuff from Kronos. You do love to see that. Now, adjustments were in, and no ultimates really online here for the defense.
And not really any peel for Gil right there, as they are taken out early by Prime. Gil has not got an opportunity to participate in the team fights, not even going to get the participation trophy, as, ooh, they might even get a medal as well, as Fairfield University is gone from the point. Gil going to be swapping over to that Lucia, but they don't even get a chance to go out the door, as it's going to be Prime chunking down Adric right as they try and get outside. The Death Blossom means no one can get there. It's just barely Great Aspects, but that senior going to be taken down from Kronos once again, as this is more or less done for right now. DePaul University, 4 minutes 35 seconds to get through this point once again.
A large time big difference right there. 2 minutes 35-second difference, and it would have been ideal for Fairfield to have a little bit more time. And honestly, they had a great idea defensively. That Bastion strategy is, while a little cheesy, you could argue, certainly is effective, or at least can be effective if done well. The problem is that Kronos just did better. Like, oh, what a crazy turn of events to pull up the main healer as well. Like, that's just very, very frustrating if you are Fairfield. And DePaul now going onto their defense, not going to be going for any of that shenanigans. What shenanigans they do have, though, is Prime on the Genji. That is certainly shenanigans of the Shimada brothers variety.
I do not mean to live in the past. I just want to say for a second, I'm pretty sure Fairfield could have held that defense if they had placed the teleporter 2 feet to the left.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I just wanted to say, and the Shimada brothers now camping on top of this dome. The Nanoblade is a real possibility, and the Grab Dragon, so many win conditions for DePaul. And going into a long defense, 2 minutes, that's a lot of win conditions.
You say that, though there is a lot of win conditions here for the offense as well. You got the EMP, you've got the Grab Dragon, you got the Earth Shatter, the potential Biotic Grenade. There's a lot there, too, so I don't want to count Fairfield out too early on.
Yeah. As we see Great Aspects going for that long flank we saw pay off big time once again. Going to be looking for any vulnerable supports or DPS, and uh-oh, they spotted a weak point. Now Go Loco, it's going to be up to them to try and get the sleep, but they heard that decloaking sound effect, and they forced Great Aspects out of there before they could do anything.
What a great find as well. Like, those are the, like, ears perked up for Echo Loco, right? And just ready and waiting for it.
Yeah, the Echo location saving their life right there as DePaul University are holding strong on the point. A very grounded defense right now as the ultimates are building up for the Shimada brothers as Prime gets an in on the team. But it's going to be Icarus arriving to their dragons first as they win the duel against Walk, and now it's cleanup mode right now. Fairfield University just trying to escape.
Yeah, 1 minute already tagged in. Oh, no way. The auto duel. Gil, what a madman.
Gil lost right there, but they won in their heart.
Listen, they won in my heart, I'll tell you that much, Miles. You take the auto duel, you respect the auto duel, and Gil absolutely demolished Echo Loco. And well, if they're able to get in fast enough, this could be still a big advantage for them as their Kronos is trying to get Echo Loco back.
And Adric has hit some big shatters before on this point. If they get one now, especially with Tangerine hacked up, big opportunity right now for Adric to slam down the hammer, but not going to take it before the bubble comes out. Now the Nano Boost goes out on Adric, gives them an edge in this duel, but they're grabbed. They're not going to get a chance to really be that aggressive as the Grab Dragon eliminates their chances. Only 10 seconds left for Fairfield University, and they're not going to get a chance.
The fact that Prime didn't get a blade is just really rough, right? Yeah, you have to pick that up a little bit earlier. It does finally pull it out and is going to stop what is, some attempts at the push over here, but is it really going to work? Probably.
Mask coming in with the sound barrier is going to give a chance, just a chance, a whisper of a chance, and Kronos going down is a nice sign to see, but even these fast DPS getting back there, they're just going to get dashed, hacked, and slashed one after another, as it's going to be another full hold right here for DePaul.
Wait, Miles, I have a question. Why is Great Aspects hacking their own team? What happened? Oh no, of
Well,
course not.
well.
Great Aspects. Much love, much love. But yeah, we are in a position. 4 minutes 35 seconds here for the attack of DePaul, and they have already full held here on point number one. I'm in a position where you could get a tie and send this to a fourth map, but I mean, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I feel like that's all you really need to say, is it?
Yeah, and it looks like they might be going for something very different. Not going to be having the Bastion. Instead, I like Great Aspect sticking on that Sombra because Prime has been an issue for you in the past, but I don't think they're expecting this. Maybe Prime will go back for the Tracer, but I think at this point, DePaul is just having a fun time.
I mean, I think everybody's having a good time in this one, and I am too. Everybody watching, I'm sure, is as well. And yeah, I don't think they would have been expecting a Bastion, though Prime does take a swap off at the last moment. But if you look, they somehow keep this far. What an incredible read on accident this will be. Like who's shooting this far down? Nobody. There's just nobody who can shoot this far. Your best, the best thing you can do against this far is fire strike them. It's like.
Oh, and Icarus looking to give the teleporter out behind as Prime is going to be taking the high ground. Ooh, this is a tricky mix-up right now as DePaul University looking to take this high ground as Zeph is distracting. But Fairfield University, they're playing it smart. Not really giving too much respect. And oh, they're on the ground right now. If anything, I would love to see Fairfield just hug the wall, avoid this Bastion as much as you can, force them to drop to the low ground because Gil is already down and walk. Even though they get Chronos, they give their life for it as Prime is an immovable sentry turret above the point. That's gonna be it, folks. DePaul University securing their spot in the playoffs as Fairfield University put up a good fight on Volskaya, but ultimately could not stand up to the Blue Demons. Paul 3-0 over Fairfield University.
And what is ultimately a dominant showing. Just beautiful stuff there for Fairfield. And you called this live, by the way. The boop here.
Yep.
Looking to be the
I actually think this was a separate boop
Yeah,
entirely.
this was not it. This was not the later boop against the Bastion.
But it is definitely a good team fight win right there. Chrono showing that they're not just a Reddit Lucio, they are also good in the mid fight. And Adric getting the legendary card. You can't see it, but 11 votes to them. And they really did have a strong showing on that Reinhardt. As Fairfield, I love to see a team not give up even in the brink of desperation.
I do love that. And hey, listen, I don't think that there was any desperation for Fairfield. They were just having a good time. They were playing it out, doing what they could, and well, I personally enjoyed it to the max. But DePaul, like you said, they solidify their position for the playoffs and get a nice little victory, have a nice fun time, and I think it's a win all around. Don't count the number of wins I just said. That is irrelevant. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do
Yeah.
that. But yeah, really great showing there for DePaul and Fairfield. Uh, a great way to end out the season.
Yeah, and we are going to be getting off now. Thank you all for watching, though. EGF Week 16, DePaul University getting a nice win, but that is not all of the Overwatch action we got coming up. Later today, I believe it is going to be at 7:30. We're going to have our next teams coming up online, so be sure to check back in. And, of course, check out our sister stream right now at EGF Official. But for now, I think that's all we got for you. My name is Keela Miles. Been casting with Vincent with Capitano on the production. Hope you all have a wonderful night and stay tuned later. Welcome back to EGF, everybody. Surprise, surprise. We are back with an interview with Tangerine. How you doing, Tangerine?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great, and you're the one who should be feeling better because you just got the win that's going to send you to the playoffs. How's that feel?
Oh, that feels absolutely wonderful. We're really excited for this. We're here to show what we got, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you guys have had a wonderful spring side of this season. Maybe a little bit of a rough start there in the fall, but the spring has been basically everything that you could have wanted, and maybe even more. Going into playoffs, is there really anybody that you're worried about that you are thinking, uh-oh, I'm very much not looking forward to play that team?
Hmm. Maybe not necessarily worried, but I know that the team is really rearing and ready to face off against UTA again, if at all possible. We're looking for the revenge after that 5 map series. We think we could have stretched out the win there, and we want to prove it to ourselves again. So we know they're going to be a difficult team to face, but we want it.
Now, as you prep for the playoffs, what exactly are you focusing on? Like, do you have anything that you have been practicing? Say, or did you use this live match as practice for anything in particular?
I mean, today's match was kind of just to chill out a little bit. I mean, we've been playing very extensively lately, getting into a extensive scrim schedule. So it's been quite a lot for the players, and it was kind of good that both teams were kind of in the same headspace with that. So today was just used kind of for cooling off, but we got a few things cooking up. I think we'll reveal a little bit more come the playoffs, but we definitely have a few tricks up our sleeves.
I love to hear that. You know, keeping it close and not wanting to give too much away is certainly a something that I love to see. Now, it's respectable. I do want to ask though before we let you get going here, Tangerine. Anybody that you want to shout out to say hello to or anything on stream?
Big shout out to the team. The team did absolutely great today. Also, big shout out to our manager, Maggie. I know Maggie watches like all of our matches, and thank you for putting up with stuff when the team is acting just a little bit crazy. Uh, and also shout out to the Paul Esports just in general. We love you guys.
Well, I'm sure you made Maggie and all of DePaul proud tonight, as once again, DePaul is going to the playoffs. But for now, thank you for being on, Tangerine. I wish you best of luck.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, and once again, make sure to come back onto EGF at 7:30 Eastern Time. We're going to be having another game coming up for you then. But for now, that's all we got for you. Anything else to say, Vincent?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC Overwatch. I'm your host and caster, Waffles for Sid, and joining me today is the delightful Dryad. We are absolutely excited to be here and to bring you a bunch of remaining Overwatch games this evening. Coming up next, we are going to see Rider University face off against UT Arlington. Now, I'm pretty excited to see what these guys are going to bring to the table. We've seen a lot of these teams compete, over the previous weeks, trying to get to these championships and, establish their rankings in the season. Dryad, what are you excited for and maybe expecting to see coming up?
Well, I mean, like you said, I think it's going to be a very interesting and exciting match as well. And I think for UT Arlington, we've seen them before, and I think they might have a little bit of an advantage coming through. They have won against the mid-table teams, obviously the lower table teams. They struggle the most is against RIT, which are, as we know here, the top team. No one has been able to defeat them. But UT Arlington, I think, if they keep that momentum going coming through this match, they have the potential to take the victory. For Ryder, we saw them last week and we've seen them over and over again. They've made some improvements, but this is the time where they really have to take those into account a little bit more, have to utilize that composition that benefits them and see how it can work out against the enemy.
Yeah, hopefully they've been evolving over the course of the weeks. And, UT Arlington is one of those higher ranking teams, but it's going to be about how good Ryder is going to be able to, really bring the heat and
Yeah.
show everybody what they're made of and that they're not really ones to be underestimated, because that's definitely, I mean, in the game of Overwatch, that's one of the worst things you can do is underestimate someone, because this is the game where you can get a 4 or 5K in one character and just, carry and get your back really strong from it.
Yeah, and it's also where you bring a lot of surprises when no one is expecting, and we've seen them happen over and over again here in Egypt. We've seen Map 6, we've seen teams that we didn't think were going to win taking the victory. We've seen reverse sweeps recently, so there's a lot of potential for surprises in Overwatch. I think the current meta especially is in a really good spot to bring different compositions, and at this level of Overwatch as well, you can get away with even playing Bastion if that's what your team wants to bring.
Yeah, I am really curious what we're going to see. Our first map is going to be Oasis, right?
Yeah.
So, as a control map, it's the aggressor typically has a bit of the advantage, and getting set up and establishing that control point in your favor, so it's ticking up in your possession, is just super key, and not trickling one after another, knowing when to do a hard regroup.
I really like starting with this map. Usually when we start with control, this is definitely my favorite, just because it really shows the skill level of these teams of how much you value taking control of the high ground, how much you value maybe that positioning that's important, those rotations as well. They're crucial for you to win those fights. I think for other maps, you can get away with a few mistakes, but this one really punishes you if you are playing a little too aggressive, if you're in the front line where you're not supposed to be. And starting it off, I mean, I already like seeing this composition.
I do too. Looks like we're gonna get up close and personal with each other for this first area here on Oasis. So a lot of bit, open area in that courtyard. The high ground also an option. I'm sure those Doomfists are going to be having just the time of their life utilizing that, jumping down to displace the other members of the team. So far, UT Arlington has opted to go for the high ground engagement, and their Doomfist is the one that actually jumps down first to try to get a little tickle here. Nothing too much coming out from both of these teams. Rider University strongly set up here down below. The flashbang comes out, and it's actually UT Arlington here coming out on top. Rider University essentially dropped in and trickled down straight into the masses of UT Arlington.
In UT Arlington, they do something that I was talking about before, and is the high ground positioning. They take it right away, and it seems like Riders, they didn't know what to do. They didn't contest it, and they were just in the low ground. They got taken down immediately because UT Arlington in a really good positioning as well. They're going to keep holding this position as well, and the Ultimate Economy looking a little bit better for next fight.
Yeah, not too much online though, so a little bit of building phase still going on. It'll be soon enough though. We'll see those popping through. The Reinhardt comes through. Really great charge coming through for Phoenixes, but he does kind of pay for it with his life. We saw Des try to fan the hammer enough to mow him down before that kill came through, but couldn't quite make it.
That Shadow is going to be ready from the side of UT Arlington. If they want to initiate with it right away, that's another threat they're going to guarantee, especially because that 50% is already passing. And the positioning that has to be contested by the side rider hasn't happened yet.
Lucio goes up high, trying to probably find some boosts and displacements, but unfortunately it was disastrous for him. He didn't find the results he wanted, and well, 65% and counting for UT Arlington here on this first point.
They don't even have to use that shatter. It's just fight after fight where riders are getting taken down. They're not even able to engage properly, and this is very concerning, as this could be one last fight territory for the team that they want to take control of that first point. It's going to be very risky. They have to contest the high ground this time.
They did switch over to that Echo, but Starchu does go down early, and now so has Ranger. They're down a couple members, and more just keep following one after another like dominoes. Dryad. It's looking rough here. It's 96% and counting for UT Arlington. They just swept Rider University out, and that's going to be a clean 100% zero for UT Arlington.
It looks like completely different teams right now. One always getting those initial kills, having that positioning, and getting punishing the enemy every time they've made a mistake. And the other one, they didn't really know how to contest. It might have been something that had to do with that map in specific and how those rotations matter so much. But now for Ryder, they have to play a completely different style if they want to take the advantage. It has to be a lot more aggressive. They have to get those initial kills, and those ultimates, they didn't really get any value out of them.
Hopefully Rider University can find more value out of their normal abilities as well. UT Arlington was not contributing anything really in response to some of those threats that Rider University was trying to present. So gonna have to definitely make more of a stand here. They did roll out considerably slower than UT Arlington, but they have opted to go with the Bastion route. Dryad. This is gonna probably get very interesting here. Saki falls very low and is taken down out of the equation, and UT Arlington sweeps up after that.
If Rider is able to maybe do the focus fire a little bit better, then that's the way they can take the advantage. But I mean, especially with a Bastion, you really need to have these rotations going on. Any sort of positioning where your Bastion is not comfortable is the minute that they get taken down, especially by UT Arlington, who, yep, they're just feeling aggressive again.
Man, and they're getting just picked off before they can make a solid engagement. It's really tough, and quite frankly, Ultra on that Doomfist is just putting in tons of just work and huge threat to Rider University.
Doomfist is also very risky here to play, so seeing that positioning, getting a lot of value is something that's always really nice to see in Overwatch. And in the meantime, it's just Rider really struggling to figure out their way in. There goes the Doomfist.
Holy smokes, 125 ground pound damage. That was a big jump there coming through for him. And you know, Doomfist is a very high risk, high reward type character. We've seen a lot of value coming through from it, and well, UT Arlington is still doing really well here. The kills coming through for their favor, and another kill right at the end from the Doomfist.
Yeah, getting taken down one by one. Rider, they haven't been able to build the ultimate economy. They can't really figure out the best way in. In the meantime, we already see UT Arlington rotating through the ultimates, trying to build them again.
That AMP matrix from UT Arlington is going to be so discouraging for Ryder to try to push into. And, well, a couple people already mowed down from that. The trans comes through from Soggy. It's not going to be enough to keep everyone alive as Ryder University is getting overwhelmed right here at this little hallway area as they continue to try to push onto the point here. 84% and counting in favor of UT Arlington. Ryder University is going to have to make some changes if they're going to put their presence on the point.
But it might be too late. It's going to be just trying to touch the point, but the kills coming through are going to make it really hard as well for the side of Ryder to try to get any value. There's a loose kind of touch, but like I said, it might be too late.
Yeah, I think you are on the money there. It's going to be really tough, or UT Arlington's going to have to severely underestimate their opponent to lose this point. Kills are still coming through in their favor, and well, that is going to be another clean 100% zero cap coming through from UT Arlington. So very clean, crisp gameplay coming through for them, especially with the essentially denying Ryder University from having any kind of point presence for the most part.
Yeah, because they got taken down one by one, and we never really saw a proper fight where it seemed more even for it to have a Ryder. Every single fight was won by the side of UT Arlington, and it's a very risky position to take for Ryder because I don't think it was in the composition. I think it was more a matter of having those proper engagements, maybe even counting 3, 2, 1 and jumping all together to see if they can get any value out of that. And we did see a change that I did like, but it was too late when we saw the Mei at the end got a kill with the Blizzard and tried to touch, and because here they can get a lot of value of with if you are having trouble pushing in, because with the Mei wall you're able to block or maybe isolate one of the members of the enemy team. So this is a really good idea. But now they have to play aggressive with this hero and with the rest, especially with the tanks that you rely so much on.
I totally agree with you there. I think that the switch over to the Mei was solid, but you know, as it is with control points, if you don't switch soon enough, it's going to be, you know, in vain, and you won't have the ult economy after that, and you know, it does snowball a little bit out of your favor unless you can, you know, essentially turn the tides for your team and yourself. I do hope that they recognize that and that they, you know, maybe are a little more free to changing those characters sooner when they recognize, hey, you know, we're kind of getting rocked in the back here a bit by X, Y, and Z. Let's get some CC in here to, you know, help us out and try to at least group up enough to get on the point and have a good, solid attack.
Yeah, definitely. You're totally right saying that. So it's a lot to take in for the side of Ryder, just because it's about the aggression, but also about the positioning that everyone's taken. That's why they got taken down right at the beginning when we saw supports, we saw the break dying before the rest of the enemy team, and things like that that shouldn't happen. So it's all jumping together, especially if you have a Mei. You have to work together. You have to maybe play a different composition, but it's also something that might just happen in control maps. This is a map that is very interesting to see because sometimes we see teams that are able to pop up on control, but the minute that they go into other maps, they're kind of struggling so much more. So on the side of Ryder, I mean, hopefully that is going to be the case. But for UT Arlington, they're going to keep this momentum. They did really, really good on that map.
I mean, you're so right about the control being kind of the one off for some teams, right? Some teams are either really, really good at it or also really
Yeah.
quite weak at it. And, you know, I wonder if it's the tempo change between control versus the other styles, right? Especially for our escort hybrid maps. Once that payload's moving around, there's a lot of like give and take as far as creating and making space, and how far do you move up to deny that kind of aspect. And not nearly as prominent in control since you're continuing to take the same spot, right? There's not as many opportunities to go, oh, we should have taken this corner on the left instead of the right, instead, you know, something smaller like that.
Yeah, those are the things that you're able to evaluate a little bit more, maybe in scrims or in a VOD review. But when you're in a game, there aren't many opportunities to correct those mistakes. They happen, and you just have to move on and see how you can recover from that. So I mean, this is a really good map as well. A lot of the defensive position that I'm curious to see, especially with the Bastion again. Ryder wants to bring the Bastion and see if they can get somewhat a little bit more value this time around.
He's not quite set up yet either. I'm wondering where they're going to decide to opt to leave him in the end. He's with his back right now, and they have already been scoped out by the Hammond from UT Arlington. So far, Rider University opting to take that high background area as UT Arlington is slowly moving around and moving forward, breaking down the shields and looking to try to get those picks and the pepper damage. We saw the Hammond rolling around a bit in the back line, but looks like he is going to be continuing to wait for his prime opportunity. A little bit of a dive coming in through from the Tracer, but doesn't quite find anything. The pressure is still just being put on into that back right corner there onto the high ground. One tick has been capped, so Rider University is now going to finally drop onto the point. The Amatrix is popped, and well, Bastion gets just destroyed very, very quickly right after that. The res tries to come through, and well, right now UT Arlington has just capped the point in their favor with a 520 time bank Dryad. Wow, that's a lot of time to work with.
But a little bit of a better defense that we saw this time around, or a little bit of better positioning from the side of Rider University. They got a couple kills, and it was unfortunate that all the ultimates were ready, and they were able to use those abilities from the side of UT Arlington. Now UT Arlington is going to be able to push this payload, passing the momentum, ideally passing those balls as well, whereas where we often see those defenses being stronger for the enemy.
UT Arlington has so many ultimates online as well. It's going to be a heyday for them, and whatever they decide. Dez goes for the Bastion dupe as his ultimate of choice, and he's going to have that tank form ready online. Decides not to use it because Bastion's point-and-click adventure is just nasty strong as well, especially when no one's going to be able to deny you any of that damage. All they could do is just try to back off and avoid it if possible.
I love seeing that duplicate turning into Bastion, really giving Ryder a little bit of that damage coming through and getting definitely more value than we've seen so far. Now, a lot of them still remaining 5 minutes, and Mindfell as well connecting really well, denying any sort of space, any sort of opportunity for the Ryder to come out.
UT Arlington still continuing to push this point forward here, and it is quickly approaching the third area. Oh, the Hammond does get frozen, but thankfully Creates is there to defense matrix him and take some of that damage off his back. The Bastion has popped his tank form and is looking to try to get some kills. Super Crusher, though, not able to quite find what he's looking for. Definitely discouraging UT Arlington from peeking around that corner, though. Dez is in the air, continuing to put pressure on, and well, UT Arlington, the bomb comes through. Oh, and it finds two people. On top of that, he finds the kill onto the Orisa as well as the Dragons tear through the payload. UT Arlington has everything in their favor right now. They've popped their own rally, and it is just a stall game for Ryder to try to do as much as they can to take any time off this clock or keep any point on this presence here. Dez is on that duplicate, but it is 0.77 meters for the payload to continue rolling forward, and it is rough for anyone here on the payload or even trying to exit their spawn.
4 minutes 27. That is insane from the side of ET Arlington. A really fast attack here, and now Ryder, they had a good defense right at the beginning, but they never were able to get the hang of it again. This is going to be really concerning because first of all, they have to try to match a time bag, but the question is that if they have the stronger defense when they want to play Bastion, how do they want to play on attack? Because the Bastion, they're not going to have the speed. Even if you run a Lucio, that is going to maybe not give you enough heals, and you really need a lot of support when you're playing the Bastion, when you're playing with your Orisa. So they have to change that composition. They have to play more aggressive, and they have to be the first engaged, the first to engage on those fights every single time, because if not, ET Arlington is going to take over.
Looks like Rider University might go ahead and opt for that Soldier Hanzo combo for their DPS choices, which you know, I would really love to see get a lot of good work done. I think with the Doom and Echo on the board, that could be very beneficial for them to put a lot of pressure on on those dives coming through from the Doomfist and from that air, that air attack is Echo.
The Echo is definitely one of my favorite picks. You get so much value, especially if you're able to put the pressure into the tanks, into the enemy team. So one of my favorite picks so far, but definitely trying to counter it from the Ted Rider University with the soldier with the Hanzo. Now the matter is, can they get the kill?
Oh yeah, saying that that's a counter and actually getting the shots to get the kick are two different things altogether. And well, it's looking rough for Rider University as they were just shut down on that most recent push. Creates getting a lot of value on that Roadhog and well, once again cleaning up the last couple members.
Creates was also able to pop off with the D round last round, and now bringing the Roadhog really shows a lot of possibilities that this team is able to bring very early on with the Sigma as well and taking control of the high ground. That's just the best situation that you can have on the defense, where Ryder is going to be struggling a little bit more.
Sleep did come through for or on Rider University on that break, but she does manage to live through it. Nothing following up there too much. Ranger does go down though as the opening pick for UT Arlington. They did switch off of that. Oh no, they stayed. Well, now they're on Genji. So another change coming in for Rider University with the Genji too. Probably going to be looking to try to do a Nano Blade to get the point in their favor. Oh, poor Gallantry. What is he gonna do here? Just getting really great job. I can't believe he made it out alive. Just juking him left and right and dancing around that. Oh, but Ranger there just deleted instantly from that focus, and holy smokes. That thing will take you out in a heartbeat, especially when you're so squishy. Nifty Bean is soon to follow his friend, and well, Supercharger here is on the point. He's trying to do his best as that soldier, or Super Crusher, but he gets duped instead. Dez is taking his form as he continues to push forward and try to mow down the members of Rider University. That is escaping. Doesn't quite find it that time for Gallantry there, but UC Arlington getting super aggressive and just trying to bully Rider University literally back into their spot.
Yeah, if the attackers are not going to play aggressive, then there's UT Arlington who are going to bring a whole new level of aggression that is now coming through. Ryder, like you said, that the Nano Blade is going to be essential, but Ranger keeps getting taken down, and finally Nano's ready, but is it actually going for the end?
I don't know about that. That was a great question. But Creates again with another kill and another one after that. Holy smokes, his hooks are on point this afternoon. And well, he's getting the backup he needs to continue getting those kills. Everyone else on UT Arlington is in sync with their targets that they're focusing.
1 more minute to go for the side of Ryder, and they keep getting taken down. They definitely, this time around, they have to regroup. They have to, if their winning condition is going to be the Nano Blade, then try to make it work. The Ranger still has a little bit of a way to go before getting that ultimate, so maybe using all those ultimates and trying to see if it works. But the Rally, on the other hand, for BT Arlington, might be the strongest weapon that they need.
It is rough to push into a rally, and it's been popped here by Colby on UT Arlington. Now it is going to be a brawl fest here in this small room. Everybody gets thrown up in the air and pushed back as well. There it is. More kills coming through for UT Arlington as they just completely swept Ryder out of that little room. 22 seconds left, Dryad. They're going to have to really change it up if they're even going to contest and stall on this point here.
They even use a couple ultimates, so I mean, they have to go lessons, right? They're able to touch point, but once again, the soldier getting taken down early on.
There's Genji. Maybe Ranger here can make some magic happen. He does have the blade, and he gets melted so quickly. Oh man, he didn't quite have any of the backup he needed, but there wasn't much to give, to be honest. Not when so many people had gone down early in the fight. UC Arlington just continuing to get these clean kills, and are gonna take this map here on New Bonnie with a really solid first point defense.
Yeah, and even their attack was absolutely insane. UT Arlington, we mentioned it at the beginning how strong they are and how they're really good at getting those top or the mid-table teams, but when it comes to getting a victory this way, where we are already match point, and it really shows the dominance they have. They improved so much, and it's finally showing for them. I love seeing this.
Yeah, I want to say UT Arlington really had some clean gameplay. Between all of the damage coming through from the Doomfist, that Echo was there with the focus beam, which means, she's been told, hey, someone's low. It's going to be easy for you to, beam them down in the blink of an eye. And, well, I think Rider University is going to have to just be more aware of that and like the DPS burn down ability that UC Arlington has been bringing to the table. They've been getting caught out a lot, and there's so many early picks happening before the fight really starts getting into the like thick of it, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Rider University, they make the right decisions, but it's too late. Like we saw the Genji coming through, we saw the Ana, and that was the winning condition. It was the Nano Blade. But the moment that we saw the Genji, they weren't really able to build that ultimate, and then the rest of the team got taken down over and over again. So it's it's those mistakes that at the end of the day they never really let them recover. For UT Arlington, they're just punishing them every single time. And as we saw the soldier trying to run and try to get a few kills while also getting taken down, and then it's just a 5v6 where, like I said, Ryder, they can't really recover from. So UT Arlington, they're just going to keep getting those kills even without a fight.
It's going to be tough, especially if they do have to continue pushing in man down. Um,
Yeah.
I do feel like Arlington did a really great job at essentially collapsing on Reiner University from multiple angles, right? Reiner University would go and before they could even get into that underpass area of trying to push either far left coast, up the stairs, down the stairs, up main, there's that junction there where you have to choose. And when
Yeah.
they get to that junction, UT Arlington is in, three of the four or two of the four pathway options for them. And at that point, they're already getting pincered on before they've even actually chosen a path of attack.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a lot of maybe that communication that has to go through for the setup for Ryder if they want to get a few wins as well for them. And it's going to be interesting as well because the next map is going to be Volskaya Industries, a map where your defense can be really strong, and maybe that's all that you need. And for Ryder, the moment where we've seen them doing best is when they have a really strong defense. When they are able to put a lot of damage, even if it's not with the Bastion, maybe a lot of damage that we might be seeing coming from the Junkrat.
I think the Junkrat's a really good pick coming out for Rider University. Could be tough for some of that, additional aerial threat against the Echo, but I think Ranger on this Sombra is actually going to be another huge benefit for them. If he can get those key hacks off to disable those abilities or, create those opportunities for his team to collapse on, UC Arlington could be in a bit of trouble.
And that EMP as well. Trying to build that EMP is going to be an essential step for the side of Ryder. Oh, the Mercy getting taken down early on.
Oh, that's just, that is devastating for Rider University to have their Mercy taken out of the game right out of the gate in probably less than 5 or 6 seconds from the clock opening. Right now, UC Arlington knows that's the go button, and they're gonna just continue to flood onto the point as members of Rider University are falling.
Yeah, one by one. When you lose the Mercy so early on, it's just going to be really hard to recover. So now we see from the side of Ryder, but we do see a change that we were talking about. It is the Bastion for second point. There's a lot of time to work with for the side of BT Arlington, but the defense should be holding stronger, and if Ranger's able to build that EMP, then that's another fight that we can.
EMP is one of those ultimates where you can just use EMP to win an entire team fight, but it's got to be there and hit the people, and it's also got to have the follow-up on top of it. Dez has opted to do the duplicate onto the Bastion once again, now goes ahead and goes for that tank form. A little bit earlier on the trigger finger for that. Last time he definitely took his sweet time there. Dupe has run out, and Well, that was all she wrote as UT Arlington caps the first two in a very, very fast time.
Probably the fastest map of Australia that I've seen. That was insane from UT Arlington, and it was just punishing that Mercy right at the beginning, getting that kill because the Mercy was in a bad position, and then Ryder they just could not recover. They lost their Zarya, and then they lost everyone else. So a little bit tough in that case if you're on the side of the defense and you think you can rely a little bit more on this side because of how aggressive UT Arlington are over and over again. This is something that we can definitely expect for this map that depends so much on having this aggression, that those aggressive pushes and getting those early kills. So UT Arlington, they have everything to get this 3-0.
They do have everything to get this 3-0. They've been showing some really just overall solid communication and focus fire of who needs to go down when. And you mentioned this earlier. They've been doing a great job at capitalizing and punishing even the small mistakes coming through from Ryder. They are making those small mistakes essentially be devastating ones, which as you continue to climb the ranks and the different skill levels in Overwatch, those small mistakes definitely become more and more significant. Oh, missed the jump there right at the end, probably trying to get on that little balcony. Let's see, is there going to be a big boop? And bowling!
Oh, what?
There it is.
Okay, what did I just see? No way.
Can't believe that worked.
Okay, well, that's it. I guess that's fight. I haven't seen this happen in months, maybe years, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. But a little bit of a positional mistake from the center Ryder caused that very interesting highlight. Great system, right? That was crazy.
Is going to be a beautiful highlight coming through for Creates. I mean, he's been on point though for this entire match that we've seen. Ryder University going ahead and falling off all again. Just jumping off the map there is what it looks like. But at this point here, we can see that, like I said, Creates has just been doing some crazy great work as a tank. We saw those hooks come through. We saw that Diva Bomb as play the game last time. And, well, look, he actually gets a kill here on the back onto Gallantry. Not sure it's going to amount to too much here as UT Arlington seems to have, taken a very relaxed approach to this last map here.
They're kind of struggling really to figure out what to use. Just the kills over and over again coming through from the side of Arlington, and Ryder kind of just trying to figure out if they can get a kill this time.
Yeah, Ryder University here still trying to just come out of their choke point a bit, and well, every time they peek their heads around, UC Arlington is there with every resource to throw at them for the slaughter. Ultra getting a lot of work done. Now we see him on this Tracer instead of that Doomfist, so still quite a mobile character. Seems like he's quite used to zipping past you, doing a 180, and then continuing to follow up on his assault.
1 minute 45 seconds remaining. So, I'm kind of unsure what's going on here. We see some ultimates coming through from the side of defense. The duplicate is going to be ready. That has been effective over and over again. Maybe even turning into the Genji is something that I would like to see.
Yeah, well, at this point here, UC Arlington does have another couple kills coming through for their favor, and he gets pinned out of nowhere from the duplicated Dez. Dez continues to move forward there as that Reinhardt. He's got the Earth Shatter online. He's probably not going to find anyone to use it on, and runs out right at the end there, but no big deal as Ryder University has been reset. 1 minute left on the clock here. So it's got to really be a make it or break it time if Ryder University wants to try to take a stand or go out strong on this last map here. Right now, they are getting harassed in the backline some by, once again, Ultra Polito. And, well, the minefield is online from Creates. That is just going to deny so much space as soon as Rider University decides to try to push forward into that. They did manage to find Ultra, and, well, there is the minefield comboed with the Flux as well. Oof, it's looking rough for Rider University. 25 seconds left on the clock, and, well, UC Arlington is continuing to move forward. Starku did manage to make it onto the point with Gallantry, but not going to be quite enough of a presence here. 13 seconds left, and Dryad, I don't think there's going to be enough in the tank for Rider University to come back and get on this point. There's not anyone too quick either, and, well, Super Crusher was taken down very early. There's no one left here as they continue to push forward, and that is going to be a clean sweep coming through from UT Arlington.
Very clean victory, very well deserved victory from the side of UT Arlington. They just took control of every single fight. We saw a couple kills coming through, not only on this map I'm talking about all the 3 maps that we saw. We saw a couple kills coming through from this side of Ryder, but it was never really enough. They were never really able to capitalize out of it. And kill, it was an opportunity for them to take the victory into those fights and those maps as well. So really well done from UT Arlington.
I totally agree with you. UT Arlington, they had sound fundamentals. It seemed like they knew how to, stay strong and continue to practice those really good habits that they've been working on and developing through, our previous weeks of matches. And, Rider University maybe had a couple of lapses there on some normal things, like the boops. We saw that big one come through, and I guarantee you every Overwatch player has experienced being booped off the edge of Volskaya
Yeah.
and Elia. I mean, all of them, right? So, hopefully they are on the lookout more for some small things like that. They get that headspace in the right mode, even after a tough loss. But all in all, really great job, and huge congrats to UT Arlington for, such a clean sweep in gameplay.
Yeah, like I said, a very well deserved victory from the side of UT Arlington and Ryder. They just never really were able to catch up to the speed. And UT Arlington, they look very dominant. I'm very excited to see them in the future going against other teams as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they, match up. And honestly, I'm curious to see how UC Arlington is going to continue to progress and how they're going to do when it's championship time, right? The pressure will be on, and that's what you've really worked hard all these weeks for, is for this moment here to shine and to leave it all on the table. And, you know, if the pressure gets to you or you're not clutch enough, then what was it worth, right? What was it for? And at that point, you're going to have to grow and be ready for the next season or the next tournament. So all in all, I am really looking forward to what's coming up in the next couple weeks as well for both of these teams. But don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to have some more Overwatch coming up. Let's see. Our next match here is actually going to be University of Colorado versus let's see here, one moment, versus Niagara University. So another matchup coming up soon. Get some water, get some snacks, and we'll see you back here in a little bit.
on. Big spike Oreo. They have 3 really hard skins. Like, we just
Egfc League. It is our third match of the evening of Overwatch, and for those of you just joining, I will be your host and caster, Waffles for Sid, and joining me today is the delightful Dryad here on the color and analysis side. Now, we're about to see our next matchup of University of Colorado go up against Niagara University. So, Dryad, tell us about what's on the line and, maybe what we could expect to see from some of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we can expect is that it's going to be an interesting match. University of Colorado, I was just looking at their results again to refresh my memory, and they have a lot of wins compared to Niagara University. I think Niagara, they have been struggling a little bit more. They have some highlights, they had some victories here and there, including the one from last week. But now it's a time for them to try to get that victory again. And University of Colorado is always up there. Uh, Compared to other teams, to other universities. So I think they should be having a little bit of an advantage for Niagara University if they can keep the same compositions and the same ideas that they got from last week. They also have a lot of potential.
Hopefully they can keep that momentum rolling because, you know, it's tough when you get in a rut. And when you're coming off of a high note there, it's important to keep doing those things correctly that are giving you those positive results and, continuing to grow and evolve off of those and build, right? That's how we see these high ranking teams come through and, really give us some clean and strong fundamental Overwatch.
Yeah, especially because for this universities they compete against each other every week when we see EGF, and that means that they get to try and test different compositions that may help them a little bit better. Maybe a map that they want to that they know they're going to be good at, or maybe a rotation that they kind of find out. So that's why it's so important to see them trying to evolve week after week. And we've seen some really good teams that are able to do this. That when you saw them at the beginning, they were struggling so much, and now they're doing so much better. Maybe they had some changes. Maybe they had the synergy going, and this is exactly what we want to see again.
Totally. And, just kind of getting your feet wet into the season as well takes off a little bit of those initial jitters that people feel, to kick it off. But, we are going to go over here to Oasis for our first map. This is the city center. And, well, I am super excited. This is one of those weird maps where, there's that big open area. You got the little high ground cliff side. Um, Definitely going to be interesting to see which route these teams opt to take. Last match we were casting, we had two teams clearly saying we want the high, we want the low. But
Yeah.
it's been a minute since we've seen both teams either want the same ground.
Yeah, and the high ground just gives any team so much benefit, especially with the hit scans that you're able to get those picks very early on. So for me, taking the high ground is going to be crucial. Whoever's going to be able to get there first, and with both of the teams running that Lucio, we can expect a lot of that speed coming.
Both teams going for the high ground. All right, so I guess asking we shall receive. The boop comes through and he manages to just run straight back onto the point. Thankfully he's got a little bit of speed boost, but Funkmaster coming in strong as he continues to cleave through the members of Niagara after that. Fred does get a kill after that, but pays for it with his life, and that is a very strong opening fight for University of Colorado.
It's going to be a very clean fight right away. And it was just that opening that was insane. Funkmaster getting those few picks and the isolation. This is something that we were talking about last match. And we'll see it again back in May. That May will be so strong and that Shatter already coming through. Oh.
Holy smokes. That was an easy heyday cleanup for University of Colorado after everyone was dropped from the Shatter. They were not ready at all for that to be online.
They were definitely not expecting it, but with those kills I've seen at the beginning and now the momentum that we see from this university, they have everything to move into the next fight. The high ground we were talking about, at least I do like seeing those attacker strategy where you can just hit a little bit more.
University of Colorado continuing to hold this high ground area, and the wall is good here as they continue to flood onto the point. Niagara University is going to be punished for being sectioned off from that May. The follow-up comes through from Daddy D on the Death Blossom, cleaning up many for the remaining members of Niagara.
The kills come through over and over again, and now we have this Yi on the Reaper getting this to it might have been a very late ultimate, but if you're able to get value out of it, then that's all you can expect from the University of Colorado. Now Niagara, they're going to have a tire, but the mortality is also going to be available from the side, from the BFT, so a lot of counters they can have to protect themselves.
Hopefully that Immort can be baited out in advance. Right now the tire is looking for a victim, doesn't find anyone. The field is there to keep people alive. Great work coming out from Illicit. Right now the fight is breaking out onto the point, and Niagara University coming out on top as they contribute the visor for it on top of their sound barrier as well. Looking good as they're going to flip the point in their favor, essentially in the nick of time, as University of Colorado already has 94%.
Yeah, so that means that for the side of Niagara, they can't let the point go a single time, but as I say that, I mean, they used 4 ultimates. They now lost 2 members, and it seems like this is the perfect opportunity once again for Colorado to take it out.
Wow, and right now the blizzard is thrown from University of Colorado right there onto the high ground, freezing DC in his tracks during the charge. Right now, University of Colorado continuing to clean up members of Niagara. The grab is thrown from Aristalia, but no one's there to follow up on it. It flips into the favor of University of Colorado, and with 98% left, doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to touch to contest.
Yeah, that was a very clean fight, and the really good recess from the side of University of Colorado. They lost. They knew that they weren't the number advantage. They had 6 versus 4, and by the time that Niagara University was able to regroup, it might have been a little bit too late, already passing that 90%. Now this is my favorite map, is University, where we can see the Reinhardt as well coming through, a composition that works perfectly. So a lot of big opportunities if we can see both of the teams maybe playing more aggressive this time around.
Bringing out those brawls definitely points to an aggressive style here. Hopefully we can see it brought all to the table. Niagara University does need to make a stand here. Are they gonna get booped? Oh, and a great boop comes out from Bird Boys to open up the fight for University of Colorado. Taking down that main tank, absolutely devastating. He puts another boop in his pocket, and well, after that little victory spray there to close it out, and University of Colorado coming out on top for this first fight. Are they really gonna get that close? Oh man.
Okay, well, in the meantime, Colorado's going to take the point, and we do see a couple changes coming from the attackers this time. It's going to be the Mercy as well, but the fight already started. The kills are already coming through.
Alyssa gets that kill onto Bread, and the tanks take down another one as well. So far, University of Colorado continuing to push forward and be the aggressors. Their Pharah does manage to find a pick onto their Lucio, but the damage has been done as they took down so many members of Niagara after that. And, well, right now they are going to have to back off, give a little bit of space for Bird Boys to come back, but it's not going to take too long.
And in the
Getting
meantime,
closer here, so...
yeah,
close to here as the fight's gonna move forward. And at this moment, oh, the Earth Shatter comes through from Funkmaster. Doesn't find anything, but Aristalia does go down soon after that. Right now, Cloud is getting aggressive in his backline and actually wins his duel against the McCree. Goes for the follow for the Meteor Strike, but his target was already taken down in front of him.
Yeah, the 50% already for the South Colorado, and it's looking really good. They have everything that it takes for them to maybe push it to that 75, that 80. That means one less fight territory, so at least 2 opportunities at the end is going to be happening here, and that's a way to start it.
That is one great way to start it there for University of Colorado. Bunkmaster coming up big too with 2 more picks coming through, and Cloud is just booping around. He is up in the sky non-stop, getting those kills and diving on those squishy, punchable targets.
Like I said, already crossing the 80, so that means 1 lost by territory. They do have the self-destructive throw into the back, and they also have a Town Leader in case they need that extra protection. And a few ultimates are coming through from the enemy team, but can they even use them at this point?
The bomb finds DC. Oh man, that is going to be absolutely devastating. Arzalia gets pushed off the map as well, and all Niagara can do is continue to try to trickle on the point here, and overtime's going to stall or bleed down with a clean win coming out from University of Colorado on this last map.
Yeah, it was a really good job from this team. Looks like a similar scenario as well from what we saw in the last match. A lot of aggression playing through and a lot of control. Even though I did see some mistakes where University of Colorado had to pay immediately, but overall it was just dominance over and over again from the tanks, especially pushing in, creating the space that the team needed. So if they want to keep that momentum, that's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, those tanks were just creating so much space for University of Colorado to continue to push forward. Really gutsy there with hiding around those pillars early on. You had the Ana on one side and the Rhine on the other. And, you know, unfortunately for Niagara, they were just pincered in. Doomfist came through. Just great communication coming out from University of Colorado to time such a risky strategy as well, right? Definitely a high risk, high reward. Their Lucio lost their life for it, but solid hold, so can't complain there. We're losing one of the fastest characters to zoom back from spawn.
The good thing about Lucius was that you're able to play it on almost any composition if your team is ready for it. But the best composition is always going to be this brawl style that we've seen from both teams, where you need that extra speed for the Reinhardt to get to point and to play aggressive, and maybe even to get out of the fight if you want to protect yourself. So the Lucio playing such an important role means that those players that specialize in this are able to pop off a little bit more. Even with the Baptiste, this is why this composition with the Baptiste and the Lucio and the Reinhardt and potentially the D.Va are my favorite, just because of how aggressive you can play. You can get really close to the enemy team, and then if you need to, you can back up. If you even have a Sari instead of a D.Va, you can use those bubbles as well, have a lot of energy, have a lot of that momentum that it's really hard to stop if you're on the enemy side.
I totally agree with you there. And, you know, I actually prefer the Zarya combo instead, especially when she's super high charge, right? Her ability to just be a threat alone when she's that strong. We've all been lasered down by her super quick, right?
Yeah.
And, well, you know, on the other hand, D.Va's defense matrix to eat projectiles is a little bit insane, right? She can shut down so many ultimates on that front, and you know, it's a tough call to pick which one is actually going to bring the most benefit for the brawl comp you're choosing. Numbani does have the high ground, so going to be interesting to see if that's going to be problematic for them to try to come and help some of their other players, but they should be prepared and be ready to protect each other.
Yeah, especially because we already see the side of the defense that pretty much the same composition, but a lot of damage with that Junkrat especially. I think this is one very interesting peak because we don't really see any of those hits coming through, so if we can see the value coming through from the enemies, from those attackers, there's not going to be a lot of counter threat.
Yeah, no hit scan indeed. So not something we always see here in our Overwatch games. So far, University of Colorado opting to take this main pathway up as their Tracer skirts around the back line, and their Winston dives the top as well. Genji goes up there to help reinforce them a bit, and now they continue just peppering from above. University of Colorado giving a little bit of ground there, but a trade comes through back and forth for both teams. Losing their healer though, Niagara's gonna have it really tough for them as they're gonna be down some of that sustainability. Right now, University of Colorado continuing to get the kills in their favor, one after another. Right now, Niagara's trying to do their best to continue stalling, but that's gonna be it for them. University is capping here. 1 tick, 2 to soon join the party, and well, looks like Niagara's not going to be able to recontest here once the payload's unlocked.
Yeah, and it's also not something that I really want to do, especially when they died so late into the fight. They can just hope to hold second, even though holding the second point is one of the hardest things to do in Overwatch. It's almost impossible. But they can definitely give it a try, at least delay that push for as long as possible. Cloud on the Echo has been very interesting to see. You can put so much damage into the shields, and that's exactly what they want to do as soon as they're able to break it down. And that's it. The fight is going to be going their side.
Yeah, after losing the tank on that front, there's no chance for them to be able to have a really solid hold here, and it's just tough for these hybrid and payload maps, right? You get a little bit behind in the ult economy, and trying to stall out here on the second point seems further and further within reach.
The payload just keeps moving in the meantime, and that's why, I mean, they still have yet another opportunity to hold it. They do have the nano as well, but so many ultimates coming from the enemy team that it's going to be really hard. They go to the blade.
Fatty D gets aggressive in this backline here, finding 2 with the blade and really hunting for another. Doesn't quite find what that third one that he's looking for, but his team is following up for him and continuing to put the pressure on the other side so he can kite away and regroup a bit to come through and get some more damage pumped into the other team. So far, they have moved forward to take some space, and well, Niagara University has some ultimates online that they could utilize to stem some of the bleeding caused here.
5 minutes remaining. That's a lot of time, especially when you have those tank ultimates. You can use the self-destruct all the way in the backline. That's exactly what they want to do.
Self-destruct is good too, finding a kill onto that Ana. So far, the grab is launched from University of Colorado, but not finding too much on, or did find quite a few there. That is a 3rd point cap, folks. Really quick, very clean coming out from University of Colorado.
And like you said, very similar scenario to what we saw on last match, where it was a very fast capture and then the potential to keep that momentum when they're going to the defense. It's just University of Colorado that seem non-stop. The ultimate economy has been a highlight here. They have a lot of communication, it seems like, because they're not using all those ultimates at once. They're using them one by one, and every single one has been able to get those kills. So in the meantime, it's going to be a tough defense to hold, but it's still possible. Maybe even trying to mirror that composition with the Junkrat and the May that we saw at the beginning could be ideal.
Well, a Junkrat May combo is definitely not as fun to push into. When you get walled off and sectioned off, and then the spam damage coming through alone is just not ideal. But University of Colorado going to actually opt for the Torbjorn Doomfist strategy, DPS buys Dryad. So a little bit more of a, well, not what we were expecting is all I can say on that front.
Yeah, it's more of those dive tanks that we're going to be seeing on the defense, and even though I like this, it requires, yet again, that communication to get a lot of value every single time to get those dives into the backline, and even then it's going to be hard because the more just have the fade and then the Luta can simply try to run away, a lot of speed that's going to help them out.
Niagara University going to have that Symmetra online, so we'll have to see how well she gets utilized here and what she can bring to the table. Right now we have the Reaper though going to look in the backline. He's going to skirt for that. Ana dodges the sleep dart. What a great sidestep coming through from Sheridan, but his teammates have gone down without him in the backline to protect them, and well, members of University of Colorado are holding strong.
I have your back.
Yeah, it seems like it was going to be that reset. Even if when they got a few picks, they knew it was not going to be enough when they lost a few members. So once again, the defense is going to be holding strong, trying to build those ultimates as well. And it's going to be tough in that position that they have. They need to have those dives be a little bit more effective from the side of University of Colorado because they already got picked a couple of times.
Colorado Colorado's gonna have to make sure that they stay on point and stay together enough with the plan. Oh, the sleep dart is just a hair too early. He hadn't fully materialized to be able to actually receive that type of hit marker. Right now, Reaper does get chased down into the depths, but all in all, University of Colorado continuing to sweep the board.
Especially because they get those picks into the support so early on that makes it impossible for Niagara to get any sort of value. And even then, we do see a few changes because they realize it's just not working. It's going to be the McCree from Redbird coming through. I do like this change, but I once again worry that it might be too late. They have to get that synergy going with this hero as well. And on the other hand, Corrado already has his ultimates.
It's going to be a lot to be going up against, especially with the Primal Rage online as well. And Bird Voice has just been on point. Oh man, we are going for the hammer kill here. Daddy D is looking for it. Not quite going to be able to find it yet, but he is getting so greedy, continuing to chase down this Reaper, and it gets stolen from him at the last moment from his Lucio, which, gotta say, I love the bloodthirsty supports in general.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best things to see, especially when there's those Lucius that get those kills out of nowhere. And talking about Lucius, those sound barriers are about to be ready on both sides, but this might be maybe 2 more fights that Niagara is going to get. They're going to have the Shatter to use early on, but they have to be smart about it. They can even combine the Shatter along with the Death Blossom. That might put the team in an ideal situation to potentially be
Molten Core is going to be launched here from Daddy D as well. Once again, he's looking for those hammer kills, but knows he actually has to opt over to his primary fire a bit. The Earth Shatter comes through, but unfortunately, there's not enough follow-up there. Sheridan does pop his Death Blossom, but he just gets punched into next week midway, and after that, it is going to be a cleanup coming through from University of Colorado.
One last fight territory, it seems like. In Niagara, they're making those changes. The Junkrat coming back. They have the Coalescence to engage, but those ultimates that I wanted to see combined didn't really work out. Now, Corrado having the potential to make a full hold on this map, and this is already very tough to do.
It's like University of Colorado getting ready to repel this last push here coming through. And, well, to be honest, it's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Niagara to make something happen out of not too many resources to give. The Junkrat goes down so early, too, for them. That's a lot of damage, and more members of their team continuing to fall. So far, Coalescence is popped by High Fizzy, but not too much coming through for what they're looking for. Self-destruct is launched on top of that as well, and it is chaos on the point. People are going around left and right, and there's the Meteor Strike coming through from Cloud as well. University of Colorado cleaning up after that and gonna take this victory.
It really seemed like it was going to be closer as well, because we did see a couple kills coming through from the side of Niagara, but then it just got really hard, and Colorado was able to keep that momentum until the end. Now we're already in match point, and like I said, this is looking very similar to your last match.
We are already at match point, and you know there's gonna have to be some big changes coming through if Niagara wants to, you know, take this to the next level and try to actually make a good stand in, you know, put up a little bit more of a stronger fight against Colorado. Colorado has been just coming in very strong, swift, and decisive in their attacks, and well, the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, they really do, because it they look very strong on the attack, but I had a couple question marks when we saw the defense, especially that first fight. They lost a few members, so uh, it seemed like they were going to lose that at some point, but it didn't really happen. They recovered from that, fixed those mistakes, and that the high ground positioning on this map is so important. That, especially with this composition, they were playing the dive, so you really depend on scouting a little bit, seeing who you can jump on, and then getting those kills. Even when it was tough, because they had to go against a Moira and a Lucio that had a lot of speed, a little mobility, but that didn't really stop these tanks.
Yeah, we saw a lot of scouting come through for University of Colorado in general, and I think you hit it right on the money on that front, is that they had that information they needed to, be able to prepare their defense accordingly and their accordingly. But I think for sure when it came to, maintaining that high ground and jumping or moving to the right locations, they had very strong rotations on that new Bonnie defense.
And it's just rotating from the one of the high guns to the other. That's kind of the best that you can do, because jumping into the low ground might be very risky unless you're pretty much about to lose the point. You have to play it very smart, and I see those mistakes coming through at any level of Overwatch where you see it, everyone is holding the high ground, and someone maybe panics that the enemy is touching the point. You drop, and then that causes you to fight. So fixing those, very important for Colorado. They have a lot of potential now, but they, once again, they have to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I gotta say, I've been there myself where I'm like, oh no, nobody's getting on the point. They're gonna cap it
Yeah.
out with us all standing here on high ground the whole time. Um, but you have to make sure the right person is also getting on the point with the right amount of backup and resources to help sustain them through the fight they're about to probably drop into, or potentially the swarm of enemy they're gonna drop into. Um, on Volskaya, it should be interesting to see how these teams respond to, the 2CP element of these need to be clean, crisp fights, especially if you're going to be looking to cap the second checkpoint.
They have to be very clean for the defense, because any mistake is going to get punished by the enemy. Anyone that gets taken down, whether there's going to be the supports or maybe even the tanks, is going to be detrimental to hold your defense until the end. And holding second point might be a little bit better, but when you're able to consume a lot of time on that first point, you have the confidence that you're able to do the same in second. And we already see the competition for the defense is going to be that echo as well. I really like seeing it, but we already see them having a difficult time with the diva.
Oh, she almost gets clipped out of the sky by Cloud as an opening, but he can't quite find the last pick that he needs. He's going to go ahead and skirt around to the back of the point as the remaining members of his team are going to push through the choke here. They get aggressive and are finding the kills in this front side of their attack. The res is successful. Wow, I can't believe that actually came through there, and not going to be enough though. She's going to get taken down very quickly as University of Colorado capping the point on their first push. Whew.
Only one is going to be all that they need. University of Colorado looking forward to you. Maybe it's snowballing into second, and it's looking really good as well if they're able to build that blade early on. So they might have to go into some poke damage, then using those ultimates might completely overwhelm this type of defense.
Looks like Sheridan also decided to change over to that Widowmaker here and take on Cloud for that duel. Daddy D goes ahead and kicks off the fight here with a kill, and then gets another one on the other tank after that. Funkmaster dropped the remaining members of Niagara University on the ground, and so far one tick has come through for Colorado. Now Niagara is trying to do their best to trickle on the point, stall it out as best they can. We got the Zen with the Nano at the end. And a 5:30 time bank for a 2-point cap. Woo, that was quick.
That was really fast. Only that is Noble really coming through and benefiting the team so much. And now, I mean, the defense now they're going to be struggling. It seems like, to figure out exactly what they want to run for it to be effective. It just, University of Colorado, the minute that they get a kill, they don't wait a single second. They immediately push in, they get those kills, they take this space, and for Niagara, they just were not able to recover it at any point.
The snowball definitely got out of hand for them, and you're right, they're capitalizing on those different mistakes that happen, and they didn't even have all of their Colorado didn't even have all of their ultimates fully online yet. They were definitely getting close. You called out that poke phase that was going to be coming up, and they had confidence they were going to build them up during the fight, no problem, stay alive during the fight, and be able to, clean up the rest of the enemy and cap the point. So I thought they did a great job there at taking that initial pace a little bit slowly and then really just saying, yeah, we've got the advantage now, especially after Daddy D opened up with the 2 kills on the tanks.
This is already a very interesting defense with the Zenyatta. Very interesting positioning here. Alone, you don't really need anyone else when you're able to pop up with that Zenyatta. And we also saw Cloud on the high ground early on. Very curious to see what Illicit is going to do here. Oh.
Alright, so it looks like we're gonna have some flank Yada in the house today as he goes and tries to get that kill. He's looking for that Lucio in the back. Doesn't quite get it actually in his own kill feed, but he is putting in the work. We see the Discord orb just popping off and people getting mowed down left and right in favor of University of Colorado. And that is gonna be pretty much all she wrote for this first push.
And the Zenyatta, at the end of the day, even if he doesn't get the final blows, being able to stay alive and come from the back is already very interesting to see. And winning the fight for the team, that means that the tire from Cloud is going to be ready. Oh, here we go again.
Let's go round 2 of Flank Yada. The first time was not successful enough. Obviously, he didn't get the actual kill he wanted. It's gonna be tougher now. Oh, actually not as tough. I thought that Rip Tire was gonna claim someone, but it just gets cleaved into next week from DC. So great shutdown coming through. And well, there it is in the back. Illicit getting the kill and another one to fill in his pocket. He does get taken down finally just before he can find the hat trick. But all in all, University of Colorado putting in work. Ruby, she is demexed, but no big deal. Uses that self-destruct, gets the kill, remix, nice and clean. Easy money there.
They haven't even seen the Zenyatta coming from all the way in the back. I think they just thought that it was a rotation of point. But they haven't really turned around and realized what the Zenyatta is doing. Got taken
where
down
he's
at the end,
coming
but
from. Yeah.
yeah, at the end of the day, the team was able to win the fight, and 2 minutes remaining. Now Niagara trying to find their way in. Doesn't really work. It seems like the tower already down.
Junkrat taking down Arastalia, and that's going to be tough losing that tank to open up. Funkmaster drops the shatter again. Many members go down, and well, Daddy D actually follows up with the blade on top of it, looking like a very super blade for those San Francisco Shock fans, where it's all intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, like I said, a lot of intimidation, and if there's an opportunity, oh, there's this Zenyatta again. If there's an opportunity for Niagara to take the point, it has to be now. They have 4 ultimates ready, almost 5 with a Graviton Surge. They have to utilize them smart, but we have to see if this Zenyatta gets a fix first.
He's getting more and more comfortable with this backline surprise attack that he keeps popping out here for University of Colorado. No one has looked at him yet. He finally has to trance to save himself when the Brig turns around to start slinging at him a bit here, but the fight has already broken out. Exchanges going back and forth, and what a huge gravitational eat coming through from Ruby. She absolutely clutches it there, and after that, University of Colorado continuing to just clean up the other members of Niagara University for that attack. 30 seconds left. Oh, Sheridan alone. Is he gonna win this duel? Okay, or not. Yeah, definitely unlucky there. Gonna be one last attempt here for Niagara University to continue to try to push into this first point and unlock it. They are moving forward. DC holding that shield up, and the Death Blossom is online. He's discorded though. He might get deleted too early, especially after the Earth Shatter puts him on the ground. He does manage just to stay alive, and well, there is Alyssa in the back once again with his flank Yada specialty for this map coming through on the kill feed. Really big there. That's going to be a victory for University of Colorado. 3-0, clean sweep coming through.
And this map at the end, it was very interesting to see this Zenyatta coming through. We saw a few kills coming back and forth, but the defense able to hold once again. And taking the victory, University of Colorado once again very well deserved for this team that we're initiating the fight, we're getting the kills, and we're always having that positioning when they need it, even when they got eliminated. the team played such a defensive position that it made it really hard for Niagara to be able to push in again.
Yeah, I think University of Colorado did a really good job of, not letting their mistakes spiral or snowball, right? Overwatch is absolutely a snowball potential game for both the positive and the negative aspects. And sometimes you're in there and you're like, oh, I just made one mistake. And then you make one and one after another. And, teams who can reset instantly after making that one mistake and compensate for it or recognize it and just let it go and move along. Um, Really define them from, maybe some of the more up and coming teams or the newer teams to the scene. Once again, though, really great job. Congratulations to University of Colorado on their win. It actually looks like we are going to have an interview, folks, with one of the members from the team. So give us a few minutes to get that set up, and we'll be back here with them and a few questions. Hello, folks, and welcome back. With us right now, we have Cloud from University of Colorado, which was our most recent victor from our Overwatch match we just saw. Cloud, welcome to the stream here, and thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win this evening.
Thank you. It was a fun match.
It was great to watch as well. You guys had some really, really clean and crisp Overwatch coming through. So I want to ask you, what inspired you or motivated you to actually join this collegiate esports team?
Oh, well, I've always been like having fun on like teams, but I never knew that like my team, like my school team, was actually like really good. So like I submitted like a tryout form, and then we just like played together. And like one of the very first matches we played together, we just had like really good like coordination and synergy. So I'm kind of just inspired by my teammates now to play well.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really good to hear.
And we definitely saw the synergy today as well, and it was very interesting. So, well, I do have two questions for you. The first one being more about when we saw Numbani coming through. You guys on the defense decided to run Winston Diva, and this is not very meta right now. This is not something that a lot of teams decide to run. I wanna know why you guys decide to run with this composition.
Well, Ruby's Diva is just really good, and Funkmaster on Winston is just like a monster. So they have really good synergy together, and Diva's also really good at supporting like me on Doomfist, and we just chose that dive comp because a lot of times we get stuck on Numbani and we don't have enough like mobility to get around the map and like kite for our teammates. So we just played a really mobile OG dive comp, and it worked out very well.
Yeah, it worked out really well. Especially on the defenses. It was very interesting to see that composition coming through. Now I want to know. So tell me about that Zenyatta on Volskaya. I just want to know.
Basically at the start of the round, Illicit said, he said something along the lines of, "Do you think they will see me if I walk through their team and
They
start shooting them
didn't.
from behind?" And the answer was no, they didn't. But I think it just worked really well because our like tanks were just playing in front of them, and then Illicit and I could just go behind them and just tear them up. And I think they didn't have very good they didn't have really good shot calling. They weren't focusing one target. Like whenever a fight would happen, they'd all look at one of us, and then we could just easily win our 1v1s and then win the whole team fight.
They definitely did not look at Illicit coming up through the back line to just tear it up and wreak havoc. He was successful at doing that a handful of times as well, definitely paying
Yeah.
off. We saw him just flood the kill feed there, so big props to you on that front. Um, you have, you've been going through all of these different weeks of like facing off against these different teams and climbing in the ranks. Who do you have your eye on as like your biggest rival coming up, or who are you, what match are you looking forward to for the
Um.
championships?
Well, we want to play Utah and I think Arlington is what their
Hmm.
name is. We just have like a few teams above us right now. I believe 3 teams above us, and I think they're all winnable. We've just like ramped up our coordination and our team play, and I honestly think we can win the whole thing.
Ooh, some big talk coming through, and I love
Yes,
to
sir.
hear it. I wish you the best of luck on that front. And it sounds like you guys are putting in a lot of hard work and practice to refine those skills and actually bring the heat and competition to championships. So, best of luck to you there. To close it out, of course, the floor is going to be yours. So, who do you shout out? And, who has been maybe your anchor through some of this going on?
Well, just shout out the whole team. Shout out everyone in chat who's supporting CU Boulder, and shout out my friends and family. But I don't know. No one really on the team is just that like one person who does everything. I just want to shout everyone out on the team because we're all just like honestly cracked at our roles. And then once we have that really good individual like play, we put it all together, and we're just like this walking unit. So yeah, basically everyone on the team. Let's go Buffs.
Well, that is a really fantastic shout out. Maybe one of the best I've heard personally. Um, Great to hear that everyone is just so solid on their roles. I love the phrase cracked on their roles. So, yeah, you guys were pretty nutty this evening. And, thank you so much for joining us, Cloud. You guys did great. And congratulations on your win again.
Thanks so much for having me.
Mhm. All right, folks. Well, Dryad, we got one more game to cast after this coming up. But folks, don't go anywhere. It'll just be a quick break for a little bit, and we will see you back here for some more Overwatch soon. for Siena College, stepping in to, you know, help ease a bit of the burden there. And, well, Sock is already pushing the front line as that Mercy. We got the Glock out here, and, oh, we got a Mercy 1v1. This is gonna be the start. Okay, folks, the arena has been set for both Mercies here. And who will fire the first shot, and what is the go signal? Maybe when the point unlocks, that's gonna be it? But at this time, we are waiting. We are dancing around, and there it is! Sock fires the first
who's gonna
couple
win?
shots, and a couple get clipped back onto her in response. Now they're going left and right, and oh, who's gonna go down first? The punch comes through for Cookie here to successfully win this Mercy duel. After that, it looks like Sienna here in the blue is just going to go ahead and sacrifice himself off the edge.
This is, you know, really fast cleanup. Very good way to start out, right? With the Mercy 1v1. And, I mean, just like that, I don't know, they're not gonna do it again. They don't have a Mercy anymore from one of the sides. So, a little bit of a difference here as well in the composition that they want to play. I wonder what 1v1 we're gonna see next.
I wonder if we'll have a 1v1 as our opening fight every time. You know, give some of those non-DPS players a bit of a shot at the glory here to just win the point for them all in one swoop. Mayonnaise getting aggressive on this off angle and now in the back line a bit, just continuing to pepper the damage in. He does get chased off a bit, but all in all, Sienna is looking to try to move onto this point a bit here. They've got members going onto the point, and a couple of them actually go down. Oh, and now it seems like the domino effect has taken its toll as more members of their team continue to follow. The res is successful coming out from that Mercy duel victor Cookie over there as the pulse bomb cleans up Mr. Nito Burrito to tie it off.
Yeah, a little bit more of the standard fight that we get to see now. And with that, that's 72%, looking really good for them to hold point all the way till the end. Amplification is going to be ready to Valkyrie as well from Cookie. And I mean, what else can we expect is just a lot of like drops to the 1v1.
The grab is thrown as well, doesn't find too much there, and well, I'm sure the members of Quinnipiac are looking to make sure Nito Burrito is put in his place as someone who was on their team and has graciously helped Sienna. Sienna's getting aggressive though, as Sock is actually the first person to go down, but not without the fact that their tracer was taken from the equation. The hook comes through and he just gets pinned mid-hook as well. That was quite a timing there. Vhagar goes ahead and drops the Blizzard onto point, and it's looking good for the Sienna exhibition team as they've got a little bit of an advantage coming through here. Looking to try to get that, there it is, the final bat pick at the 99 clip and the nick of time to be in their possession. Well, hopefully this is still a great stall coming through, and there's the final cap, Triad.
Yeah, it was the stall coming through, but already at the 99, there's only so much you can do. They still have the opportunity. Grab search is going to be ready. Actually, for both teams pretty soon, so engaging with those skills are going to be very, very interesting. Mayonnaise has been getting kills, also trying to break that shield. Really good hero for this.
Corey Trevor looking to shake and bake it some and gets a big grab there, and the Dragon Feast to tear through it is absolutely starving. The Pulse Bomb cleans up a couple members to follow up, and I'm actually surprised they committed 3 ultimates to that. Last fight though, and that was a clean team wipe there coming through from Quinnipiac as the victory jump off comes through from Broccoli over there.
Just having the victory as well, just jumping out of excitement. You see a little bit of this team coming through. I said it already. I mean, it was just that 1v1 that was going to guarantee the victory for them. And like you said, they did quite a lot of ultimates at the end, but they just needed to guarantee the point, which they actually got. So now they're in the advantage for next point is going to be University here. And Rodok Saria has always been a very interesting composition in my eyes, just because you have to be very careful. You have to plan those bubbles for them to work properly. And that communication is really what makes this composition work.
If you're not getting that bubble charge successfully, especially during that poke phase, you are not going to be threatening enough during your engagement phase to actually force the team to turn and look at you and, well, pull focus fire accordingly. We've got a little bit of pepper damage coming through from Grub, and he clips one of those bombs from Vigar there. Oh, the hook is attempted. Doesn't quite find the map drop off that he was looking for, but no problems there. Firewolf's still able to easily clean it up. He doesn't get the hook onto the Reinhardt he was looking for. He does get charged, but it's not going to be enough as Quinnipiac cleans up.
Yeah, Knifia will be taking the point right at the beginning. Same scenario that we saw last time, and now Grove trying to get a little bit more damage coming through with a Tracer, but it's working together. The Baptiste already getting taken down.
Oh man, and actually it's Mayonnaise who goes down, but brought back just as quickly thanks to his pal Cookie there. And well, after that, it looks like they have the numbers to continue pressing their assault on Siena College in their spawn here as they're getting so aggressive. Oh man, it's the battle of the healers, and it is Quinnipiac's healers coming out on top. Definitely double teamed over there.
With the Zenyatta as well, I mean, they also have the Transcendence, but they're going pretty much to their spawn, to the side of Siena's spawn, and getting really hard for them to come out of it.
Bullhog is thrown coming out from Firewolf here. He's getting a lot of pushback onto Siena College really successfully and actually misses his hook finally for one of the first times. Not gonna matter though, as members of Quinnipiac are gonna clean up Siena after that. We got Mayonnaise in the back line taking a very strong meditative stance there to hold down the point while the rest of his team is just gonna do the work for him. In all honesty, those tanks are just holding massive space, and the pockets coming through, well, it's just basically one healer per tank here in this mid area. He cooks him and drops him down the stairs, forcing him to just walk around a bit here. And well, now actually Broccoli does go down. Thankfully he's brought back. Don't even need, yeah, Hanzo just continuing to stay in the back line here. Aced coming up big. Finally, some big momentum coming in for Siena. I don't know if they're gonna be ready for these dragons, and I hope that they can avoid them in time. Cookie just gets blown up there from the Junkrat. And, well, Quinnipiac knows that they're in last fight territory. They only gotta clear it once to secure the point for themselves.
It's pretty much the same scenario that we saw last time. After that 99 from Canisia, because Siena taking it back, and now they're looking forward to do the same. The Dragons are going to be ready, but the Graviton is not going to be ready actually for this Canisia. So we can see a little bit of this differences coming through, and might be a little bit more challenging for them to take it back.
There's Dragons tearing through the point as CJ Paul actually finds two big kills coming through on the high noon, and he gets hooked, but in the nick of time is saved because that Roadhog goes down just before he can actually get a kill onto CJ Paul. He does eventually fall himself, and well, now the members of Siena are trying to get aggressive and push the tanks back of Quinnipiac. Oh man, Reinhardt is solo and he gets taken down! Cookie is there to come back and help for Zenyatta, and well, it's a good thing because he is on fire as he gets another kill. He's looking for the hat trick here onto this Junkrat, and oh, can't quite find it. Looking for it though. There it is. One more to close it out, and got the trance online as well. Boom to celebrate.
I loved seeing Broccoli at the end. This is a player that I've seen over and over again on this match. It's being able to pop off from the Zenyatta. The team actually decides to play compositions that benefit this hero because they have such a good Zenyatta, and we were able to see it over and over again. It was very cool first map for both of the teams. Obviously, Canivia was just on top every single time.
Oh yeah, they were, you can tell that they're quite seasoned together here, and it's Nito Burrito from their side who is on the Siena exhibition team at this time, and I'm sure we all saw some of those ego duels and a little bit of bragging duels coming through from those folks, and poor Nito Burrito, he got pulse bombed. He's definitely getting focused by his friends, is what we'll call them for this match currently.
Like, when we look at the we already knew that it was going to be an interesting match the minute that we jumped in. But I think they also surprised us. We saw the Hanzo just sitting all the way in the back, relaxing, and not really just having that third person point of view as well. So you know, a
Right.
little bit of
I
an
mean, it's
interesting, yeah.
I oh man, I was actually going to be super excited for a moment. I thought we were going to just go to Lijiang Tower and change up maps pool since we're here in this exhibition game, but we are going to stay consistent here and go to Numbani, which is the hybrid map. So we'll have to see if they, continue to play this brawl comp that we've seen, or if maybe they will opt for something that's more mobile with all the high ground accessible. I know we're having fun with these games, and if anything, that's all the more reason to branch out and change up kind of what you're used to and continue to try to round out your skills a bit more.
Yeah, and I think on this match specifically, the teams are not going to worry so much about a very specific composition. They're going to worry about what the players are able to play best at the end and have the most fun with. I'm imagining how the comps are going for them. They're just like having
Yeah.
a lot of fun, getting that 1v1 at the beginning, just hyping their player up. So I love to
Uh,
imagine that. I love to see that.
I bet you both teams were just such a riot during that Mercy 1v1, right? I mean, any stadium setting, everyone's like, ooh, ooh, let's go. We're going to see them fight. And I'm really hoping we see more of that kind of camaraderie and sportsmanship from both teams. And we're actually going to get a little bit of curveball. We're going to go over to Kings Row, everyone's favorite hybrid map. And
Yeah.
the teams have opted for the winter version. So, as much as we are about to change into the spring summer time, we're actually going to bring it back to the icy cold snow and watch them face off.
It, King's Row as well. My favorite map, and like you said, everyone's favorite map, pretty much. It's just, it's so good, especially for what we've seen so far. The Zarya, the Reinhardt, even the Diva, if they would have played that hybrid composition, work perfectly. And I think my favorite thing about this map is that you're able to play whatever you feel the most comfortable with, whatever composition, and get away with it. I think even if you play dive, which is a little bit less standard, we've seen teams in the past being able to pop off with this composition. It's just a matter of, countering the enemy team properly, which Kunipia has been doing a really good job so far. And Sienna, they now have the bigger challenge here.
I'm excited to see them all really pop off. And you're right, they are probably going to play characters that are fun as well, and that they are going to be comfortable on for this type of style. And they can get away with a lot of different styles on Kings Row. I'm actually really excited. I hope we see that Echo come through. She's been super deadly and a lot more mobility. I'm wanting to see a lot of mobility come through and hopefully some collapsing of Sienna College onto some of those players from Quinnipiac that are out of position.
And we already see a little bit of the defense as well. Composition looking very, very similar as well. Is going to be the Rhine, Zarya, the Brawl coming through. My two favorite things about this composition, one would be Zarya, but those bubbles, like you said, that having the high energy is always really fun to see, and if you're playing this hero as well, really, really fun to experience. Also, this Bucky's being able to pop off and this hero putting more damage is really, really interesting.
We'll have to see if Sock here is going to get some of that DPS BAP action that we have all seen. The TP is up on the top of the statue, and the Bastion, Mayonnaise, as the Bastion just goes ahead and pops down straight off of it. He is getting a lot of damage trying to put it in, but so far Nourishment gets the first kill onto the tank. It's actually both Reinhardts that are the first ones to go down, and members of Sienna can't seem to mitigate Mayonnaise's damage coming through on that Bastion. They're continuing to press forward, and now that he is set up in his turret form, it's going to take a lot to uproot him.
Bastion, those Bastion highlights definitely something that I don't think Ethan was expecting from this match, but if he can get away with it, then hey, they're about to get the point, and now the main concern here is trying to pass this corner, which Sigma's doing a really good job of this.
You know, that pause after your comment on the Bastion highlights just says it all, if I do say so myself. Got a lot going on here. He's gonna get chased and is frozen solid. He manages to dodge the charge. I have no idea how he got away from that, but now he is in tank mode here, and now he's gonna get super deadly and lethal. Just peppering into that Reinhardt shield, popping him off one after another, and well, Grub definitely helped him laser that down so fast. But the res onto Firewolf gonna be successful? Oh, it's gonna be tough for Sienna.
I'm taking care. Yeah, there was no one else here that could have canceled that res, and now with that, Bastion taking a very interesting positioning, very straightforward, right in the middle. They want to put a lot of damage and a little bit of the battle mercy as well.
Yeah, right in the middle as the battle mercy. She's looking for the kill, and oh, it is Mayonnaise that steals it right out from under her nose. CJ Paul comes up big with that concussion mine, finding two as well, and well, it is Corey Trevor being brought back to the fight to shake and bake. On that note, Quinnipiac though is just getting herded backwards. CJ Paul is gonna launch that tire, and they are all grouped up ready for it, and it gets deleted. Oh man. The bubbles were there, and everything to continue reinforcing members of Quinnipiac were there to prevent that tire's effectiveness. Man, they needed that to be huge, and well, everyone is getting super aggressive here as they continue to move forward. Oh, we did have that boosted Mercy here coming through. She doesn't quite find a kill, but she is greedy. Broccoli is looking for it, getting aggressive, and oh, has to skirt back a little bit, but looks like his team is going to be there to support him if he can keep them alive long enough to keep the backup that he needs to get that kill. I know that he is looking for it, and Mayonnaise is continuing to enjoy his Bastion point and click adventure here on the payload. The blizzard is thrown directly on top of him. There's no escape for him at all, and well, members of Quinnipiac are trying to kite back here and regroup a bit. Looks like Sienna's gonna continue being aggressive, and they do with that Earth Shatter coming down. Quinnipiac decides to answer in kind with their grab and group of two members there. They don't go down, but the emote has to be committed, and so does the sound barrier. So on that front, they don't have as many resources to keep moving forward. Ooh, Dryad, this is a long fight as now the Flux is being committed. And holy smokes, a 4K coming through for Corey Trevor. He's got the assist coming through from Broccoli as well on that Mercy, who is just continuing to keep that Glock out and put the pressure on Sienna College here. No escape for Vagar, not a chance as Quinnipiac caps the first 3 points here with 4:01 on the clock.
A lot of time here in King's Row, and like you said, that was a very long fight because it was pretty much a single fight that we saw on that third point. It never really stopped, and it was because Sienna College, they were coming out, they were getting taken down, and then they tried this over and over again. That Sigma from Sara Quinnipiac was really interesting to see. A lot of value out of those ultimates, and I don't think this is something that we see very often. When this hero came out, it was one of the biggest highlights, being able to get those kills with the Flux, but then everyone figured out a way to counter, which was using that immortality field right on time, trying to keep everyone alive. But the fact that this Sigma is able to get those kills, also get that tire saving the team, is really, really good, having the potential to also full hold if that's what they want to do.
Attackers incoming.
Yeah, that Flux was just so nutty. I mean, huge amount of people caught in it as well. We typically see maybe just 1 or 2 members caught in the Flux, but not a whole 4 stack like that. Wowzers. Mayonnaise is on that Torb, so as per usual for anyone who is playing Torb, we should be looking to see if there's any hammer kills that are going to come out. Broccoli, super aggro here. Oh, just kidding. He was all talk there, just being intimidating in the front window against Nourishment on that Lucio. And to kick us off, Grub is just going to continue to pepper damage from above on that windowsill. He falls low, he gets back to his team, and well, it is Nito Burrito's hook that lands on Firewolf here to continue opening up the fight for them. Another kill comes in for Nito Burrito, and well, he's looking to deny that res, but he has to reload. Thankfully, the members of his team come through and clean up the res before it can happen all the way, or right after it happens. But not too much worry there, as Siena College is got 2 ticks and counting to unlock this checkpoint.
Yeah, Knipiev is not going to have the opportunity to recontest for his team side, but that was a really good initiation. I don't think the Sigma was in the perfect positioning. Ideally, that would be the high ground, but they were in the low ground, getting taken back immediately. And now it seems like for Zeta Knipiev, they're looking for revenge.
Nito Burrito taken down by Firewolf, but Mannings is up here in the top, continuing to put that pepper damage in as the Torb. And from his turret, Grub is on the cross side a bit. Well, maybe more of just the adjacent side. Now he's moving over to the cross side. And well, between the two of them peppering from above, it is rough for Siena to try to push underneath this archway after they respawn. Grab is online for Firewolf, so interesting to see what he's going to want to use that on or when. There's a lot of ultimates online for Quinnipiac, and well, there's the tire, and it finds 2 victims. Oh man, 2 down from Siena, and the rest will quickly follow suit.
The Shatter was also used very early on, and it seems like it didn't get those kills, but it helped the team put the damage necessary. They still have the support ultimates as well. They throw the Graviton, not letting anyone out. And with that, I mean, it might be a little bit concerning for Zeta Knipiev just using so many ultimates. Like you said, they still have the support ultimates, but that might not be enough.
It is a slugfest out there, or right in there in that little hallway. It is actually Ace that comes out on top, and Broccoli now goes ahead and pops the valve. She gets that 1 kill that she's been looking for, gets a little bit of help with that second one, and now she's getting bloodthirsty for the last one with the punch kill once again. Coming out strong as the Battle Mercy doesn't quite find the last one because her teammate Cookie cleans it up for her. All right, finally got that Battle Mercy kill. 2 of them,
Yeah.
correction.
Yeah, just, you know, having a lot of fun, exactly what the C teams wanted to do. But with that, Siena ultimate economy looking pretty good, but the numbers, they might not be there just yet.
Well, when they're getting herded that far back into their spawn, they're not even turning around to help him. Poor guy back there. The charge comes through, and Ace is already so low. He gets peppered down by the turret after that, and well, Quinnipiac just sweeps him away, and well, Siena has 313 left with quite a few ultimates online. I mean, all of them now.
Yeah, but the question is, how are they going to use this ultimates if they want to use all of them at the same time? Because that's only going to win them a single fight, and they, for Knipiev, they still have the opportunity to hold the defense on second point right before it ends. So it's going to be risky. In the meantime, that tire, though, looking...
Oh, no.
Oh!
Not on the board for Quinnipiac, not after CJ Paul goes ahead and removes him from the equation. Now he is dropped down and is behind his team, pops his own high noon, finding Firewolf as well. Really great job coming through from Siena. That turret is still putting some pepper damage on, but CJ Paul is on top of it, looking to remove it and keep that pressure off of his team. Maybe if he can close it out. There we go. One last little nick needed. Ace does go down though. The main tank down for Siena on this push, and this is a crucial time to continue your momentum forward in this street space here. Getting stalled could be really rough. Grub is looking for that Riptide. Oh man, in the back line, is it gonna kill? Jeez, 3 people. Oh, yeah. Saw the BAP, decides, no, I think you're gonna immort, and just moves forward to attack the front line of Siena College.
Siena had a little bit of a momentum, but that was my concern, that if they use all those ultimates at once, they were only able to win 1 fight, and that was not enough to get second points. And now we do see the T still having that ultimate, but that they have to go into a little bit of that perfect damage, and there's not a lot of time remaining.
We have that nano online from Cookie as well, and we have seen Cookie and Broccoli be 2 peas in a pod, even though they are absolute opposites there. The nano comes, or the Valk is popped though, and Mercy's going to be using those block bullets left and right like we have seen consistently. Nito Burrito is on her list, and she finds the kill on that. And, well, to continue on, Quinnipiac just still cleaning up the members of Sienna. Come on, Vagar, you can flee. Oh, man, it's looking rough as more people are coming to gang up on you, buddy. Junkrat's got your case, too, but that bubble coming through, super clutch for him to stay alive. Broccoli putting on that crossfire damage from that turret here as the Mercy. Thankfully, if she needs to flit over there, no problem. Not going to be any issue for her. Now there's a three-directional crossfire on Vagar. That's poor soldier there. He is just can't turn any direction without being shot currently. I'm pretty sure Grub is asking for healing, and Broccoli says, go grab a health pack. Actually, that's fine. They opt to heal them eventually. Grab is thrown though by Firewolf by Nito Burrito, and not too many kills coming out from it. Firewolf is taken down, and now Cookie is also taken down. Mayonnaise has to pop the molten core and pays for it with his life, but with 5 seconds left on the clock, Sienna College is gonna have to stay on this point and not let up any room. If this tire from Grub is devastating, it could be the end for Sienna, losing both tanks. I don't know what spells disaster more than that. Your front line and your ability. What? Nourishment? Okay, proving me wrong, absolutely. More than happy to see that happen as you have received 2 kills in your favor. Really outstanding jobs continuing to stall this point and keep a presence here and keep the fight alive. Holy smokes, that Torp turret does go down and it is putting in that pepper damage, but Nourishment is still absolutely holding strong. Corey Trevor does finally take down Vagar, but it is Sock and Aced with the kills as well. Sienna College continuing to flip this fight actually back in their favor, even as the OT bar is still active. Firewolf is spinning to win it here, and he is rolling on a dream, just trying to keep this point stalled as much as he can. But in the end, Sienna College is going to be able to cap this second point, Dryad.
Yeah, that was a very, very long fight that we saw, but Sienna College coming out victorious, and that was because of the Lucio Nourishment definitely popping off, getting his 2 kills and enabling the team to come back. From Santa Canavia, they also came back, but it's a little bit too late. Broccoli and Cookie, they had those ultimate saves. I wanted to see them being used. There's not a lot of time, but in the meantime, this might be the momentum that Sienna was waiting for.
Sienna College here, moving the payload forward just a bit as Quinnipiac has decided to opt for this main alleyway here to continue holding strong. Nito Burrito finding the kill onto Mayonnaise, probably because Mayonnaise was still trying to get that hammer kill from earlier. But all in all, Sienna looking really good as they continue this momentum forward. They've got 2 kills in their favor, so it's a matter of making sure that Quinnipiac doesn't get the solid footing when they continue to trickle back and try to regroup. Right now, oh, I thought he might have missed that, got off the edge. Thankfully, he is still safe and swinging away at the Roadhog there. Sienna College still trying to find the kills as they're slowly moving this cardboard inch by inch. There is the nano-boosted Broccoli coming in once again with the Glock out. CJ Paul finds the 2 kills with the High Noon, and Sienna College looking really good as they are rolling this point forward. 1.39 meters left. A huge Earth Shatter, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Nourishment once again, and Sock coming in clutch with those kills as the bloodthirsty healers. Lucio is, oh, I thought he was going to be able to make it back on the edge. A valiant effort coming through from Nourishment, especially after all of the incredible work that he's been doing. It is a trickle game coming through, and to be honest, Quinnipiac is doing an outstanding job at keeping this point alive for themselves. They're losing members to Sienna College, but they are not giving up at all as Nito Burrito is literally spinning to win in here.
The supports, they were the only ones alive at the end. The rest coming through really didn't really let anyone get that healing that they needed, so they got taken down. And with that, it seems like the spawn advantage might have benefited Canavia a little bit more, but it didn't quite happen. They still have a lot of opportunities to win. They have 4 minutes first of all, and because it went to overtime, Sienna College is going to be under disadvantage the entire time.
Quinnipiac will only need 1 30% tick, or 1/1/3 tick, my bad. 1/1/3 of the point capped to win this round here of the exhibition match. And what looks like Siena College gonna go ahead and opt for that brawly style we've seen them consistently do with Vagar on the Mei as well. Mei is super powerful here on King's Row, especially since everyone has to funnel through one of the very narrow choke points, and no one wants to get sectioned off and singled out. Quinnipiac, though, has that opportunity if they do continue on this Widow to maybe just get an opening pick and close this map out super fast.
They definitely have the potential to do so, but now it's a matter of making it happen and immediately group getting taken down by that Mei. That's not something that we see often. They're not very worried though. Still a lot of time. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining for the attackers to get this one pick.
Yeah, there's a new sniper in the house. It is actually Mei now, but looks like it was a bit short-lived as members of Quinnipiac are flooding onto the point. Firewolf does go down, but not before other members of Siena have been removed from the equation. There's Mayonnaise getting so greedy with that hammer kill. Can't quite find it as his teammates are stealing them out just from under his nose. And, well, actually, his turret is the one that cleans up the kill for him there. On that
4
front,
kills
there's the
with the
last
turret.
little bit. I mean, sometimes the turret is better at the hit scan and DPS than I ever am.
The turret got the 4 kills that won that fight. That is not something that we see often. But for Knipia, I mean, hey, it's like you have another member and just helping you out clean it up.
Right. A little bit more consistent member than Bob, who comes in just, you know, sparingly here and there. But, you know, all around, really great job coming out from Quinnipiac. We saw, you know, some good teamwork and some good fun times, and it seems like they're all having a, you know, good dynamic gameplay and changing up some of the comps that they're used to. I bet you the comms on those teams are just such a fun riot to be in right now.
It's fun to see that they're definitely enjoying this game. We see those hammer kills, we see the turret getting a few kills, those mercies going completely bad with mercy and getting some elimination. So I love to see this, but for Knipia, I mean, whether this was an exhibition match or it was a real match, you're still up 2-0.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, it's got to feel pretty good to still feel like you're, you know, bringing a pretty quality game, even though, look, as much as we all like to have fun and everything, nobody likes to lose, right? So, um, so they're still bringing the heat, still trying to keep it pretty competitive. Uh, I can see that in the chat here. We might be opting to avoid 2CP for this last match, so we might be in for a little bit of a treat on that front, Dryad.
Yeah, so all the matches that we've seen for the third map has been Volskaya Industries, so now we might be seeing something else. And you know, I like out of all of those assault maps, I enjoy seeing Volskaya the most. But out of all the maps in Overwatch, I'd rather not see Volskaya as much.
I mean, I'm sure we'll take a Volskaya over, well, I guess Horizon and Paris aren't even comparable matches for this type of league. But, um, you know, Volskaya, I agree. Volskaya is actually, I think, my favorite to capture point map. It does have a little bit of change as far as you can go either on the right or the left side of that car that really splits you down. And the two pathways are pretty similar, but they bring you into a very different type of fight, right? The one on let's say if you're the defenders, we'll call it stage left, brings you around up there to that high ground that's closer
Yeah.
to the second point, and will also brings you into that more enclosed space. So a little bit of a brawl might be more ideal, whereas it's a little bit more open on the other side if you opt for that route. And uh, you know, you can let your DPS kind of fly more freely, or maybe that Echo literally fly freely. But it looks like we're actually going to go over to Hanamura instead. So we're going to see those tall wooden doors and walls that prevent people from continuing on to that first point, and the super narrow funnel choke point for them to try to get into the first point. And it also looks like we are going to be in for another Winter Wonderland treat, as looks like we're going to have a little extra snowy Hanamura. Oh, actually, it's Volskaya that already has snow. But we're going to have a snowy Hanamura here again, continuing on with the trend.
And for Hanamura, you were talking about the first point, but for me, the most interesting thing to say is always second, because first point, I think, regardless of the skill level of the teams, they somehow, one way or another, are able to get that first point, especially because they have so many opportunities to do so. But for second, it's a longer way to walk there, and you have to be smarter about the way they're going to engage, which usually is going to be the high ground positioning, but then the team is going to expect you to be there. So this is why this map is so strong for the defense side and second point. And why I want to see these teams on the attacking side being able to pop up a little bit more, get those initial kills, and being able to push in the spawn advantage as well, benefiting the defender so much, make it really, really hard. But I mean, we do see that it seems like Sienna is going to be strong on the defense.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Sienna can hold strong on this defense here. The Symmetra, I hope, is going to work out in their favor. If they can lure Quinnipiac into their trap, it could be extremely devastating.
Yeah, and the question is, can they actually do this? The teleport in that Symmetra can always be strong, but that's the thing. It can, it doesn't, it's not very guaranteed, especially when you get a team expecting it. But immediately, we do see the engagement coming through from the attacker.
Quinnipiac going ahead and stepping right up to this choke point here between these two wooden doors. They move forward just a little bit advanced, but not pushing all the way through, letting the damage come through from their DPS to be the go button. Nito Burrito goes down to Firewolf, as well. We actually see Firewolf here on this McCree instead, so bit of a change up coming through on that front, as everybody's a bit mixed around on the Quinnipiac side for their roles. So definitely having a good time changing it up, trying to keep it spicy here. That was a super clean first cap, and they've got a bunch of ultimates online.
Yeah, very, very clean fight. As we are expecting 6 minutes, that is a lot of time. And this rider is just walking in, just no fear.
I guess when there's no fear, there's no problem. And oh wow, a lot of resources thrown into trying to take down Nito Burrito. Definitely a bit of a, when he's coming from your team, you want to make sure that he pays first. I can understand that. And well, Quinnipiac is continuing to cap this point here. They have one tick in their favor and another one already following suit. Third one is just going to be right there, quick and easy. Whew.
At this point, I think I lost count of how many fast maps we've seen today, or fast attacks rather. We've seen so many of those. We saw them in Volskaya, we saw them in Numbani. We're now seeing Hanamura. A crazy attack. I was saying how strong it can be for the side of the defense, but for Quinnipiac, that didn't really affect them at all. 5 minutes 27. I don't even know if that's a record. It probably is. At this point, I'm convinced it can be.
You know, it might be. That's definitely something I'm super curious about, because that was...
Ready for battle.
I mean, I haven't seen a game that fast before, personally. Yeah, that was... What? Wow. Can't get over the time bank here on my front. But we'll have to see if Quinnipiac can, actually hold a strong defense, or if they are just gonna fall like a delicate house of cards. Here on Hanamura, there's definitely... We've talked about the steamroll or the snowball effect and a potential, and on 2CP it can be even more prominent, especially after, the defending team loses the first battle, and on top of that means they're behind ult economy for the second battle, that is to win it all for the map. So pretty hard to mitigate some of that momentum that comes through sometimes, but these teams are going to be familiar with it, and they're going to have to bring a lot of heat to the table. Grub is getting aggressive here on the back line as the Hammond, and is essentially just sitting in the middle of Siena College trying to pepper damage in.
No one was even looking at the wrecking ball. Oh, there is friendly interaction here.
No, don't kill me, please. Oh, they're
just-
boxing him in. That's what we're doing. We are
I see.
boxing
I
in the bad
understand.
thieves. Can't heal people. Oh, he's like actually one now.
Well, he's down. That's going to stagger the enemy a lot. So.
Yeah, a lot. And you can see that Sock there in the corner, she says, ow, which I would do after being cornered by all three of those characters. At the moment, Ace just gets so aggressive, literally charging straight into the middle. The Earth Shatter from Broccoli finds no one. Oh man, Nito Burrito manages to sidestep that at the very last moment around the pillar, but he does go down in the end. I'm sure, yeah, there he says, nice shatter. It's a little bit of smack talk coming through from the teams.
Just a little bit, but in the meantime, Knifia just, you know, they don't even have to worry about that positioning anymore. You see the Ana in the front line, no fear, just playing aggressive. The minefield is going to be ready for that, so denial the space, and there you go.
Yeah, and it is Nito Burrito who is standing in and helping out Siena College here. He was actually originally on Quinnipiac, so it makes sense that he's maybe a little more mouthy than some of the other players. And oh man, the shatter to kill Nourishment as well. The poor girl just on her last leg, and well, might as well throw the ultimate to seal the deal. The audacity indeed, Nourishment.
Easy clean up in the meantime for Knifia, but now with the blade looking to get a little bit more, but this what?
Big plays from Nourishment in response. Was not happy about getting solo shattered to death and decides, oh, I'm gonna sleep the Genji blade, no problemo there. Ace finds the kill onto Broccoli, who is just crazy far pushed forward. And well, now members of Siena College are gonna move forward onto the first, or gonna try to move forward onto the first point here through this doorway. Molten Core is popped by Firewolf, preventing anyone from being able to run through too easily without taking the damage. Nourishment! No! Oh man, she just danced on top of it a couple times, and one time too many. The burn damage was there to finish her off, as well, there's only 1 minute left coming through, and Siena College is gonna have ults up the wazoo, Triad.
A lot of ultimate to work with, but can they get finally out of them this time? It's going to be risky. They can initiate with Atrian, maybe even the Nano if they want to go and throw to one of, to maybe the Reinhardt ideally. But the ultimate economy doesn't even matter for Knifia. They've been doing so well that they're just getting these kills with their no-trail ability.
Corey Trevor having a little bit of wall climb issues there, but thankfully it is not punished, and he finds the kill onto Veigar as well. Siena College throwing all their resources out and managed to find a couple kills onto Quinnipiac, but all in all, I don't know if it's going to be enough as as poor Sock goes down as well, and their other healer is quick to follow suit. They didn't quite get a tick on this point either, so time's going to run out soon as the OT bar may or may not be triggered. They just managed by the skin of their teeth to hop on the point, and well, they found the kills. Dryad, holy smokes. Siena College was making a very strong stand, and then that Earth Shatter came through, just devastating their team. And well, that is a wrap up here for this exhibition match. Quinnipiac taking the win for, once again, like I said, exhibition, but did go ahead and sweep them 3-0. So a strong performance. And Firewolf here, we saw him on that Torb, got no hammer kills, but there definitely was not a lack of effort on that front.
Definitely gave that a try, and I think for this Knifia, they got away with so many very unusual things that we don't see very often in these matches. We saw the Mercies going at each other over and over again, the Mercy getting a lot of highlights as well, so always fun to see. And Knipjab, I mean, taking the victory for the exhibition match, but also taking the victory for that actual victory that matters here in EDF.
Yes, of course. I can't forget about, the league and standings and the real value
Something
that
like
that
that.
brings. I mean, it's always fun to play Battle Mercy. But actually, I do want to call out Nourishment because she totally clutched it on that second point of King's Row for their team. Holy smokes, the 2 kills and then just straight up surviving for the remainder of the
Yeah.
fight while everyone came back. Um, I'm sure her back is a little sore after that match.
Yeah.
um, but folks, that is going to conclude our last match of the evening. Thank you so much for joining us for this exhibition match here. Coming up next, we are going to be closing out for the evening, but don't forget there's plenty of other esports going on the official EGF Twitch page on the other side. And moving on, I'm sorry, there's going to be additional stuff on the Twitch page. There's tons of other games as well. Uh, Dryad, thank you so much for casting with me this evening. It was absolutely wonderful. And huge shout out to our producer, Capitano. Thank you, sir. It was great to work with you as well. And of course, big thank you to Viking and everyone else at EGFC for making this tournament happen and bringing everyone all these amazing and diverse amounts of esports to the table for all of us to enjoy and view. And on that note, folks, I hope you all have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you all next time.